We'll call to order the City of Douglasville City Council Legislative Work Session for tonight, which is Thursday, December 15th. First, we'll have our invocation that will be led by Brother Cedric Beatles of Oasis Family Life Church, and after that, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Larry Yockey. So we ask that you would please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
First of all, I'm honored to be here. And I'd just like to thank you guys for your positions that you're in and the dedication and the service that you've shown for our city. Let us pray. Father, we just thank you, Lord God, for this day, Lord God, and this opportunity we have to be in your presence once again, Lord God. Father, we just thank you, Lord God, for your word. Your word says, Lord, if we ask for wisdom, Lord God, that you'll give it to us liberally, Lord God. So tonight we ask for your wisdom, Lord God. We ask for your wisdom for the city council, Lord God. We ask for your wisdom, Lord God, for the residents and for our nation, Lord God. Bless us, Lord God, and increase us, Lord God, daily, Lord God. And we thank you for it this day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Yockey and Brother Cedric Beatles. We appreciate the prayer and invocating for us tonight. We will go over a few announcements and presentations and give you some procedural items so that we'll be orderly and have everyone have an opportunity to speak to us tonight. We know we have a large crowd and we appreciate you all coming. So first, again, I'd like to welcome you to the City of Douglasville's legislative work session. And tonight we will not vote, we will discuss and hear from the community. Items will be voted on will be on Monday. And I ask that you, if you were to bring any comments to the podium, that would you give your name and address for the record. You should have filled out the form on the table outside, the green form, and once you come to the podium to speak to the council, we ask that you would give that information to the city clerk, Ms. Vicki Acker, to my right, and give your name and address for the record, please. We ask that you would please refrain from any personal attacks against staff or elected officials, and we know that you're going to present yourselves in a professional manner. We ask for one person to speak at a time and ask that you will not applaud, cheer, or make loud or disturbing comments that will be otherwise distracting to the meeting. Courts have actually overturned council decisions because of situations like this. So the committee chair, this is how everything's going to happen for the meeting procedurally. The committee chairperson will read the agenda item, and they will ask for public comment as it relates to that item, and we'll have an hour pros and our cons, and we'll talk about everything, and hopefully everyone will have an opportunity to say what you'd like to say as it relates to those agenda items. If you have any electronic devices, please put those in silent mode or turn those off during the meeting so they won't be disruptive, iPads and telephones and all of those electronic things that we have. So again, we appreciate you coming this evening, and we will start our council meeting. So the first committee is Public Safety Committee, and that's chaired by Mayor Pro Tem Larry Yockey.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one item: adopt an ordinance amending subsections 90-153H and I of Article 3 of the Vehicles Ordinance to revise certain towing fees for approved wrecker services.
Captain, you coming forward?
We discussed this in our committee meeting just a few minutes ago, and so just to give us clarification on what we're talking about for our expanded audience here tonight.
Yes, sir. What we're trying to do is update the ordinance, amend the ordinance. One of the issues, 9153H, would be returning the wreckers to a $175 tow fee for wrecked motor vehicles that have been involved in an accident. This is what the what the ordinance already said. When we amended it, we made a mistake and lowered it to 150. I'm simply asking to go back to what was approved prior to that. Secondly, that we amend the ordinance to allow for a $45 administration fee for the work that they have to do in determining who the registered owner and lien holder is of the motor vehicles that are on their impound lot in order to charge for fees, for storage fees. And lastly, we wrote a section of the ordinance attempting to regulate the towing of commercial motor vehicles. We would like to abolish that and let them go back to what we had prior to that regulations, where they are negotiating directly with the insurance companies for the tow fees on a commercial motor vehicle tow.
Thank you. Mayor and council, do we have any other discussion on this item?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. There was something else mentioned in committee about 24 hours, that the fee would be waived, administrative fees, if the person's car was towed and they were able to come to the lot within that 24 hours, they will not be assessed those fees. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. That's part of Section I, that it specifically states that they would not be able to charge for the first 24 hours, and they would not be able to charge the administration fee, as the storage at that point is free under our ordinance.
Okay,
That, Mr. Mayor
all
Pro
right,
Tem.
thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to go ahead and put this on the consent agenda. Okay, thank you, and that's all I have for public safety tonight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. We'll move on to Community and Economic Development Committee, and that's chaired by Councilman Mark Adams.
No business tonight, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Item 7, which is Planning and Development Committee, and that is chaired again by Councilmember Mark Adams, and I'm sure you have some instructions for us this evening, Mr. Chairman, as it relates to these items that we have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome.
Yes, we have several items under Planning and Development Committee tonight. I'll go through the items individually and read them, and then we'll place the rules as we go, because some items will be combined, therefore they will have more time. Item A is hold a public hearing and consider a request for a change in zoning from DCD, base zones of R2, single-family detached residential district, and R3, single-family detached residential district, to R2, single-family detached residential district, for .99 acres for property located parcel 0764-182-0006 in land lot 764, District 18, Section 2, Parcel 6. Application made by Lely Mae LaCroix. Is there someone here to speak for that application? Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of that application? Our intention was to hold a public hearing, giving each side in this matter 30 minutes outside of once the presenter had completed their case. Is there anyone here for that item? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to that item?
That the applicant?
Okay. We'll wait just a moment, folks. For those of you in the audience, just to give them an opportunity, and then we will announce again.
It's okay.
I'm calling for Ms. Lely Mae LaCroix or whomever may be speaking on her behalf about this application.
Yes, I'm Ms. McCroy.
Ms. LaCroix, I'm Mark Adams, the chair of this committee. I'm assuming by you just having walked in, you probably have not been able to fill out a form for us. If someone would retrieve one of those for her, and I will allow her, if it's okay, to speak, and then she can turn in that paperwork once she's completed it in the essence of time.
You can just come on, Ms. McCroy. Yes.
Okay.
Ms. LaCroix, thank you for coming. We'd like to hear your application and your information concerning this item.
We are looking at
Pardon me, ma'am. Could I ask for your name and address for the record? Thank you.
Nita Gale, 230 Plantation Meadows Court, Marietta, Georgia, 30066.
Thank you.
And Ms. LaCroix's property was at one point a part of a 23-acre development that never came to fruition, and she's interested in selling it. I am going to be her listing real estate agent and helping her through this zoning process so that we can revert her acre back to an SFR, as the original zoning.
Okay, basically then taking it out of the DCD and back to a
Yes,
regular
sir.
R2
Thank
zoning. Okay, okay. Do we have any questions of council concerning this item, or Madam Mayor?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this parcel is adjacent to another one that we took out of the DCD last month.
That
Yes,
is correct.
Ms. Long, just.
And
the
I
That is
think there
3.3.
might be one or two other parcels still in there
Yes,
that we'll probably be seeing within the next few months.
as a result of the DCD not coming to
I
fruition.
believe
Yes.
the last, I think they're all separated now from the DCD, isn't
Okay.
that correct?
Regardless,
We'll find out.
just as a
Okay.
matter
Find
of
out.
information for the group, I think was Mr. Siegel's statement there. Any other comment or question? Okay, is there anyone, again, I'll ask in the audience, who is here to speak in opposition of this change? Okay, if not, I will close the public hearing at this time. If you all will come back on Monday, we will have another hearing for this and then have a vote on it on Monday night. This is a legislative meeting, ma'am, only to discuss what we'll be
Okay.
voting on Monday.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We'll
Thank
be
you
back.
very much. Item B, hold a public hearing and consider a request to amend the development text for Gateway Village to relieve the requirement to comply with the local stream buffer requirements on lots 11 through 22, and to relieve the requirement to build tennis courts for 79.89 plus or minus acres for properties located in land lot 636, 637, 551, Districts 1 and 18, Sections 3 and 2, application made by Matthew Cotu. Our intention was to hold a public hearing, but the applicant has requested that this item be tabled because of an advertising issue in his application. So we will take no action on this item, and we plan to do that tabling on Monday night. We would table this item until the meetings of January the 12th and January the 17th. So if you are here in attendance for that public hearing, it will be rescheduled for the 12th and 17th of January. Okay, item C. Hold a public hearing and consider a request for a change in zoning from IH Heavy Industrial District to IH Heavy Industrial District with a special land use permit for refuse and garbage disposal, recycling and composting and landfills for 1.12 plus or minus acres for the property located 8729 South Flat Rock Road, located land lot 190, District 2, Section 5, Parcel 41. Application made by Adam Glasgow. Someone here to speak in for that item? Are you Mr. Glasgow?
Yes, sir, I
Would
am.
you please state your name and address for the record, sir?
Adam Glasgow, 8729 South Flat Rock Road, Douglasville, 30135.
Thank you. Appreciate that. You are here to speak on behalf of the application.
Yes, sir. We're a small metal buyback center. We are just taking over an existing permit. The business had been there for a while, and we acquired it back in January, so we're just renewing the permit that was there.
This is actually a renewal request for a permit that is already in place under a previous owner.
That's correct.
Okay. I did not advise the group that we do have a 30-minute time limit, or 1 hour time limit, 30 minutes each. And so you would have up to 30 minutes if there's no one else here to speak on behalf of that. And at this time, I'll ask, is there anyone else in the audience to speak on behalf of the applicant? Okay, is there anyone to speak against the applicant for a renewal? If so, please come down. I hope that you filled out your form.
Yes, sir, I did.
Come to the podium, please, and speak concerning that. Thank you, Mr. Glasgow.
Evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Michael Kolb. I own the property next door to the applicant. And we object to this for the permission for them to, for whatever they're applying for. Last time I was before this committee was about recycling stuff being brought onto that property. We were against it. We asked the the council to make them to put some kind of a fence around the property. Our building is about 10 foot lower, theirs is higher from us, so all the dirt the wind blows onto our property. Then the way this property is located, is built on a hill, so all the goods that arrive to be for recycling, all the dirt, when it rains, all the dirt washes down the street, goes right around our property. We have to clean all the stuff. That's from recycling. Now, as to the permit for refuge and garbage disposal, I think the city does have a plan or a way that people can dispose the garbage. We don't know what kind of refuge they intend to, or the garbage they're going to collect. We don't know what kind of facilities, equipment they're going to have to collect. But the point is, if they want to collect, they can take that garbage 3 miles down the road to landfill, the county landfill, which is built especially to take care of that. So composting and landfill, the property is not large enough to do all this. It's not built for that purpose. So we're asking the council, the committee, to refuse for this permit. I think there are requirements by the city and the county and state that they have to meet before they open and operate those facilities. And we are concerned by environmental study. Environmental, what it would affect this type of a business do in the community. We have in our facility, we do have a Cajun Construction who's been renting from us for about 12 years. He's got about 12 people working. We do have the boxing club that's been with us for about 7 years. We have the Young People's Club also leasing from us. So all that smell and stench and all that odor would come from recycling. It's not very conducive. Besides, there is a residential house right across the street, residential house. Also, on both sides, you have the county sewer and water facilities to take care. So please consider this and do not extend the permit to do this type of business in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Just a moment, please. Let's finish and see if there's anyone else here that would like to speak in opposition, and then we will ask for questions. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to this request? Okay, at this time, then I'll open the floor to the council and/or Madam Mayor to see if there's any questions of either one, and you can call them back as desired.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I did have a couple of questions. I was not here when this application appeared before. Are there any specific issues, or have we had any concerns, or there are general issues that were brought forth by the gentleman that was in opposition just to the project? Have we had any complaints or any?
I'm not aware of any, Madam Mayor. Staff, is there anyone that can help us with that?
I'd ask Michelle Wright, Planning Director, to come on board, but as I know of, as City Manager, no, sir, but she can come and clarify.
And the requirements for recycling and all of those that are enforced by environmental, have they met all of those requirements? This is an extension of what they've already had. If they're just reapplying, this is not a new applicant for a new facility, recycling facility. It's been in this area before.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank
Michelle Wright, Planning Director, 6695 Church Street, Douglasville, Georgia. We do send out impact statements and to actually code enforcement and fire and the transportation and different agencies, and we did receive impact statements back, and we haven't received anything negative for this. This is an extension of an existing business. When they first came in, we gave them special land use permit for 1 year, and so now they're coming back to renew it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
And you're
Smith.
saying there was no complaints?
No,
Okay.
we didn't have any complaints.
I have
Stay
a
there for
question.
just a minute, Ms. Wright. Yes.
Yes, Chairman Adams, this is a new owner, am I understanding, or is it the same owner?
The applicant had mentioned,
If
just a
you
moment,
want-
sir.
If you want to step up here, sir.
Come back
we
to the
can answer
podium,
that.
please, if you'd like to speak.
My name and address again?
Yeah, no, sir.
Okay, we took over the business back in January of 2016. We have no intention of doing refuse disposal or composting or anything like that. I don't know how that code is for the city. I guess we came under some code, but we're in heavy industrial. I'm a little bit embarrassed to say I haven't met my neighbor yet, but if he's got an issue with something there, we'd be happy to clarify it. The building has been there for a long time. It was the old Denise Signs building. It's a gravel lot. I guess there could be some stuff, you know, with rain, but I mean, we're not doing anything like garbage. You couldn't possibly do that on that lot, even if we wanted to. I mean, you need 100 acres or something to do composting or landfilling. We have just over an acre.
Let me see if I can help with that once we see if there's any other question or comment of council. Ms. Littlefield, could you possibly help us with why we have, if this is in fact what has occurred, is that we have all of these uses grouped under one zoning, and that does not mean that composting, landfills, or garbage disposal or refuse will actually be carried on that site. Is that correct?
That's correct. You can limit it if you wish to do so. Otherwise, you will be able to do all those uses under that land use zoning, under that SLUP. The SLUP is phrased that way because we use the Southern Industrial Code to define uses, and all those uses are grouped together in that code.
Yes.
So please make special conditions of approval if you desire to do so, eliminating any that you would like.
I believe that was a question that came up at our hearing last year, if I'm not mistaken. We had some similar comments about it as to how could you do that on that size piece of property.
Yeah, it would require an extensive state permit. I mean, I've been through things like that in other businesses, but I mean, I understand the coding and everything, but there's no way you could do that type of work there. All we want to do is recycling. We're just transloading materials and buying back stuff from people in the public. That's all we're doing.
So then in light of a potential renewal, you would be comfortable then if it were considered for just recycling, none of the other items that have been mentioned?
Absolutely comfortable, yeah. I was a little surprised that we were getting all that, and I didn't know how we were expected to do it.
I saw the surprise on your face. Any other question of council?
What exactly are you recycling?
Metals. We do a little bit of cardboard, but we buy back people's junk and sell it off as scrap.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment before I close the public hearing?
Chairman Adams, I think it would be appropriate, since the owner has stated that he's okay with the stipulation, and since we have our resident here and citizen that's concerned, and there was not a stipulation last year, although our attorney has stated that there could possibly be those items that could be, so if we put the stipulations in place, I agree. I think that would solve what is needed.
Thank you very much
I think
for that
that's a good
comment.
idea too, frankly.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Would you like to say something else, sir? We still have time. Is that correct, Ms. Acker?
Any objection? We don't have any objection for people doing a clean business. And there's a church, as a matter of fact, right next door to the property on this. So we're asking that they would somehow keep it clean, if it's possible. But we object to the garbage disposal and the refuge and all the other stuff that's mentioned in here. And also we're asking for a fence to be put in around the building because of the animals and so on going in, and the stuff is coming right onto our place because we are down 10 feet, they are up, and the wind just blows in. So we'd like to see any business like his does require fence around the business, 8-foot fence, and a chain fence and a gate.
Thank you for your comments,
Thank
sir.
you.
We appreciate it. All right, I'll close the public hearing on that item, and we will be voting on that item on Monday night. Okay. Item D, hold a public hearing and consider a request for a change in zoning from R2 Single Family Detached Residential District to R2 Single Family Detached Residential District with a special land use permit for a church or place of worship for .44 plus or minus acres for the property located at 8011 Eastfield Drive, land lot 824, District 18, Section 2, Parcel 36. The application is made by Iglesias Cristiana de Douglasville del Movimiento Misionero Mundial Incorporated. Is there someone here to represent that application? Please come forward, ma'am.
Chairman, your Spanish is pretty good.
45 years removed from school. Welcome, ma'am. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
Could we have your name and address for the record, and do you have your form that you filled out for the Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, if you'll just hand it to her as you walk by. Thank you.
Natalia Castillo, 8011 Eastfield Drive, Douglasville, Georgia, 30134.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And you would like to, I understand that this is also a renewal, am I correct?
Yes.
This is a renewal, okay? What would you like to say about the application, ma'am?
We're a church, and we just would like to renew our land permit so we can continue with our church services.
Okay. I failed again to say that we'll have 30 minutes for, 30 minutes of anyone that may be against, 5 minutes per speaker if that is necessary. And is there anyone else here that would like to speak on behalf to support this application renewal? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to this? Okay, if not, I would ask you if you would come back on Monday night. We'll close the public hearing on this item, come back on Monday night, and we will vote on the renewal. I do have one question. I'm sorry I didn't ask the council if they had questions. Anyone have any question or comment of this applicant?
The location of this, it's right behind the shopping center where Banquet Diner is, right?
That is correct. Do you all own the property, or do you lease the property?
We own it. We purchased it.
You are owners at the property. Okay.
Over a year ago.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. We
Thank you,
appreciate you coming in. Just hand her the form.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, item E, we'll hold a public hearing and consider a request for a change in zoning from CN Neighborhood Commercial District to CN Neighborhood Commercial District with a special land use permit for personal services massage for .54 plus or minus acres for the property located at 8697 Hospital Drive, land lot 50, District 1, Section 5, Parcel 107, application made by Mary Lou Ross. Someone here to represent that. How are you this evening, ma'am? Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Mary Lou Ross, 4147 North Quail Drive.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I would assume that you're here to speak in support of your application?
Yes, I am.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a renewal for massage. I do therapeutic massage. We've been in the location for 2 years. I'm asking for an extension to 3 years, which would finish out my lease at that time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone here to speak in support of this application renewal? If not, anyone here that would like to speak in opposition? If not, then we'll close the public hearing. Ms. Ross, if you'll come back on Monday night, we will vote on that item for you as a renewal, and we appreciate you coming in. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question. If you don't mind, this is just
Yes.
an inquiry. It isn't inferring anything about this particular case or business, but do we still have sting checks with the police department and code enforcement, and have we had any issues in the past couple of years
I'm
with this
sorry,
applicant?
Madam Mayor, I didn't allow you that.
That's okay.
Staff, can you tell us at all about any issues that we may have had?
The police chief will be able to address you, sir.
And is it understood that then Ms. Ross has been at this location for 2 years with no issues, and she is requesting a longer term to coincide with a lease? Okay.
Right.
Yes, I'm
And
sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to add, I am very familiar with I want to say Mary Lou's work. A lot of my clients actually go to her. This is a very good, well-established business. And she was off of 92 for many years, and now she's in a more accessible area where she is on Hospital Drive. And I think it's a good business and needs to be supported.
Okay, I'm sorry that I did not ask for comment. Anyone else? Ms. Ross, just a question. How long have you been in the business?
I've been in business 13 years.
Great. Thank you very much for your patience with us.
No problem.
Look forward
Thank
to
you.
seeing you on Monday night. Okay. Because of the next two items being combined, both of them being public hearings, I'm going to combine the reading of those two. We will then extend the time to 1 hour for, 1 hour anyone that is in opposition. And I would ask that the council then, we would reserve any questions that we had until the time has either been completed, that the applicant or anyone opposing is complete with anything they might want to say before we have questions. So we may want to call someone back up to ask a question. So please, if you can, stay so that we can handle that. And therefore, we will then minimize any timing questions or timing issues that we may have, okay? Before I read the items, I just want to say a couple of things, hopefully in hopes of this being a very orderly and very calm and very well manicured time that we can have together. As I said, we'll have 1 hour total for the presentation and presenters to support it, 1 hour against, 5 minutes per speaker. Please speak directly to the chair, to the mayor and council. Please do not turn around and speak to the audience as if to draw support from them. And please be respectful of the time limits. For some reason or another, they've handed me a gavel tonight. I've never held one in my hand, folks, and I don't intend to have to use it. So please work with us, and let's have a very informative public hearing here, okay? Be respectful of the time limits that we request and of others in your speech. With that, I will read the items, both F and G, and then we will begin the time, okay? Item F, hold a public hearing, consider a request for a change in zoning from IH Heavy Industrial to IH Heavy Industrial District with a special land use permit for mining and quarrying for 151.96 plus or minus acres located parcel number 0189-025-0021, land lot 189, District 2, Section 5, parcel 21. Applicant is made by Bart L. Boyd. Item G, hold a public hearing and consider a request for change in zoning from IL Light Industrial to IH Heavy Industrial District with a special land use permit for mining and quarrying for 45.55 plus or minus acres located parcel 01900250009, land lot 190, District 2, Section 5, parcel 9. Application made by Bart L. Boyd. Mr. Boyd, would you come forward, please? And if you would, you know the drill. I'm assuming you've heard it several times tonight. If you would
I have.
give us your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. I have turned in my paperwork. My name is Bart L. Boyd. My address is 1709 Ardglass Court, Kennesaw, Georgia, 30152.
Thank you very much, sir. You're here to give us a presentation concerning these applications, and we would ask that our timer then be ready to go, and we will turn it over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank Madam Mayor and the rest of the council for hearing me tonight. I understand, just as a matter of process, that you have electronically in front of you the presentation that I submitted. The slides are numbered, so I will try to be diligent about making sure that you're on the same page as I am as I talk through each of these items. So starting off with the first slide where you'll see representation or an elevation of the proposed entrance of the development that is being requested at 7800 West Strickland Street in Douglasville. We'll move on to the second slide where I'm just going to reintroduce myself to most of you, introducing to one or two. Again, my name is Bart Boyd. I'm 24 years in the aggregate industry. I am third generation in this business. Until 5 months and 2 days ago, I was the Vice President and General Manager of Vulcan Materials Georgia operations, which include 24 quarry sites, 12 ready-mix plants, and a sales yard down in Savannah. I have extensive experience in startups of all sizes, and I have quite a bit of experience in that I had so many sites in not only rural but very urban quarry operations, which I think is pertinent here. Slide 3 is just a quick mission statement that I'd like to review with the council that basically illustrates the fact that this company was formed to produce sustainable, high-quality construction aggregate to develop and increase the standard of living in the communities where we operate, that we are committed to the highest levels of safety for our employees, and that we are very responsible stewards of the environment, and that we are on a quest to create value for our stakeholders. And I want to define stakeholders there to include neighbors and host communities. With that, we'll go to slide 4 and talk a little bit about the core values.
Mr. Boyd, can I interrupt you just 1 second?
Sure.
And I apologize. Can our IT people please put us in line on what page we're on so that we can follow along with Mr. Boyd? Page 338, and I'm sorry, folks. We did not have that set in, and I'm sorry, Mr. Boyd, I did not mean to interrupt.
That's okay.
Go right ahead.
Gave me a breather. So I want to talk a little bit about the core values of this company and this business. First and foremost, social responsibility. Community involvement falls under that. We have every intent of being involved in the Chamber of Commerce here in Douglas County and the city of Douglasville, along with the other civic organizations. Partners in education. That's a really important piece for us. In my time at Vulcan, not only did I steward but expand those types of programs, and we have talked to several of the school board members. I have sat down with Dr. Pritz to give him our commitment to that. In the Partners in Education, we will offer tours to children. As in my time at Vulcan, an average of somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 students were toured through our facilities. And, that was very important. It educates them in what we do, the uses for the material, and it's a very useful thing. It typically coincides with their studies of geology, which we can then help them with, geology, minerals, that sort of thing. Additionally, Lands for Learning. This is something I'm familiar with. It was something that we had at Vulcan at the Norcross Quarry for the Meadow Creek High School that shared a property line there. That is simply a facility, an outdoor facility that we would intend to offer here, a pavilion. When the kids are involved of any age in any kind of biological or natural sciences study, we would offer that site to the school for their use exclusively to hold those classes. There's creeks and ponds available in the northern piece, and we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. Additionally, I have recently found out about CCI, College and Careers Institute, where I understand there's a focus on mechanical skills and welding. In what we do, there's a lot of that goes on. We're more than happy to bring those kids in, use our facilities, let them work with the experts and professionals that do that every day, and hopefully advance that program as well. Employee health and safety, I can't talk too much about that because that is the key to success in this business. We recognize the human resource as being the most important resource, and it is our endeavor to make sure that everybody goes home with the same number of fingers and toes, a little bit more tired, but in the same shape that they came to work. This is a heavily regulated industry, probably arguably the most regulated, not only on safety but environmental. So it's important to understand that MSHA, Mining Safety Health and Administration, oversees the mining industry. And it's kind of like OSHA on steroids. OSHA shows up when somebody gets hurt. MSHA shows up twice a year, every year by federal law. So it's important to understand it is a business that is heavily regulated and very concerned with employee health. In addition to that, we'll have site-specific training that we will develop for that business on that site and be taught to and trained and retrained for those folks that perform specific tasks to make sure that it's always done safely. Environmental stewardship, mentioned that. Again, heavily regulated. The EPD is who would issue the mining permit that would go along with this piece of property should we be able to make all of this happen. And with that comes air, water regulations, that's inspections, accountability, and everything that goes along with that. It was mentioned in the zoning meeting about reclamation. That is part of the permit submission here too. So I guess there was concern that, when you're done, what happens, there's this big liability here, but you actually have to submit a reclamation plan with the permit. That may not happen for 40, 50, 60, 80 years, but the plan is in place. Innovation and excellence, you'll see a point there. Again, there's always sort of cutting-edge things going on. That includes things that can be utilized, blasting technologies, dust suppression technologies, noise abatement technologies. And it is my intent to stay on that cutting edge and utilize all of those technologies to be good neighbors and to be good stewards of the environment and the community. The greater good. We want to work to positively impact the places where we work, live, and play. And that is a commitment that you're getting from me and from Georgia Stone Products. And it's this type of basic building material that you need as you see growth to maintain standards of living that include infrastructure and libraries and churches and homes. And we're looking forward to being a part of that. Next slide. This is a slide that comes directly from the Atlanta Regional Commission. It is a statement on the growth of Douglas County. You will see that from 2000 to 2010, there was 44% growth, okay? And I sort of like to allude back to several things, as there's always things that happen in our lifetime that we'd like to freeze a moment. We'd like to just stop it right there, and sometimes it's the age of a kid. It's the age of a grandchild. It is the current situation we're in. It is how our town looks and feels. But growth is coming. It's something that is not going to stop. And when you look at the rest of this slide that shows the ARC's projection that from 2010 to 2040, that the population's almost going to double again here in the county. So, the question is, are you going to be ready? Are you going to have the ability to address the needs and be ready for that, to be ready by, being able to supply and construct that infrastructure. There's about a 50-year average that has been studied over time that measures the consumption of construction aggregate or crushed stone per capita. And that average is 7 tons of material per capita. And that goes into the roads that you drive on, the sidewalks that you walk on, the sewers that are put in to build the homes as people move in. So when you look at that and you look at that 256,500 person number in 2040, what you're looking at for just the county is 1.795 million tons of material that will be necessary just to maintain, just to put the houses on the ground, the buildings on the ground that, create the environment, that create the lifestyle that we want. And when you forecast out to that 2040, you have to understand what are the current reserves, what are the current resources that we have to meet those needs. And I have said that it is in my best estimate that the current permitted reserves in the 2 quarries that are here in Douglas County will be exhausted in a 25, 30-year sales projection around that time. Let's say it's more than that. Let's say it's 25. Let's say it's 30 years of reserves. Let's say it's 40. What do you do after that? So in the interest of maintaining an advanced society, we've got to look at these things. This is not a short-term business. This is a long-term look at community development. So what I'm saying here is that, again, there's a great chance that those sources that are currently here are depleted at or sometime shortly after that time, and permitting these reserves will add another 50, 60 years of construction materials and have those available to the county so that the county's not going outside to Carroll or Paulding or other places and spending their tax dollars in those counties and not getting anything in return. So I'm going to move on to the next slide, which on mine is number 6. A couple of things that I want to point out here. This just gives a good look on the north side of the tracks there. What you're looking at that is outlined in blue is the entire 500-acre piece that is part of this purchase. It is the southern half of that, or the southern portion of that, that's the 197 acres that I am asking for 45 acres of rezoning and special land use on. To the south of that, you can see the bluegrass facility that's currently there and operating. And something to note here, and we'll talk about it later in the presentation, you see the red numbers to the west. It says 2007. That's a residential development that was built right there in 2007. 2003 at the bottom, move over 2001. Again, those are dates of when those sites were developed. I'm going to move on to the next one, which actually gives you a closer look at just the subject property. Again, what you're looking at is the entire 500 acres. The lower piece that has the numbers 3, 4, and 5 on it and the hash marks across it, that is the 197 acres that is just north of the railroad that we're asking for the zoning on. And the reason I give you a closer look at this is you see that northern piece, that's the 300 acres that is undeveloped, that we don't have plans to develop. It is the piece that I have talked to Chris Pumphrey and others about possibly giving the Development Authority first right of refusal to market, to turn that into a development that is consistent with the future land use plan. It is also the area where I would intend to offer acreage, as it is close, and you can see it touches Cedar Mountain Road. It's close to Stewart Middle and North Douglas. It would be an easy access sort of situation for them to come in for the Lands for Learning. Yes, let's move on to the next slide. Here, this is a zoning map that you can see that the slides reflect the current zoning of the properties there. Again, land lots 189 and 90, you can see the two pieces. You can see that the 152 acres to the west is already zoned heavy industrial. And the 45, it says 4481, but I apologize for that. It's 45.55 acres to the east, the bigger piece there, that is currently light industrial that we're asking for a change. The property is bordered to the south and east by industrial properties, to the west and to the north by large tracts of agricultural and residential property. We do feel like this is a conforming use, as it is right next to someone who is performing this same task and surrounded primarily by industrial currently. The next page will show you what we're requesting, or illustrates what we're requesting. Again, we're asking for 45.55 acres of rezoning from light to heavy industrial. and we're asking for the special land use permit on the entire piece, the 197 acres. I put this next shot in here just to illustrate the conforming use statement. As you can see, just to the west of the 78 that delineates the road there, and it's grayed out because it's in the city, and what we're looking at is a county special or future land use map. And you can see that everything to the west of there in that future land use is identified to turn into some sort of commercial or business type land going forward. This is a great first step. There's a real opportunity for this county and city to utilize that rail that comes through here all the time and never stops, to tap into a natural resource that is special to Douglas County, special to this particular area, where you have some of the highest quality construction aggregate material available. But again, that was just general information. If you look at the next one, and I would encourage actually for you to move beyond that, where you've got a little bit bigger picture of the conceptual master plan. A few things that I want to point out here, and that is, if you'll look on the west side, I mentioned having talked to Mr. Halsey and others. We talked about, and I noticed it was in the letter from the Commission's Development Authority or Development Committee. They recognize that we recognize that the city and county is, sees a need for a northwest corridor that would connect 78 with that Doris Road area at some point. We also recognize that because the west side of this property is where some of our residential neighbors are, that it made a lot of sense for us to commit that western piece, and you can see it identified as a transportation corridor, to the county and city as an area that we would leave as a significant buffer and undisturbed for potentially future use as a road to meet the needs of the county and city. I mentioned buffers. We will include undisturbed buffers of mature trees all the way around this property. That is the intent. You cannot look at the other uses, the other buildings, the other quarry, the other industrial things that go on along Bankhead Highway right there and have an idea of what we're talking about here. The idea that we've got is, buffers that meet or exceed the current standard. And as you can see on that west side, it's significant. And what you would have is a entrance that is, planned to be much like what was on that first slide, that elevation, that concept. And you would drive in, and short of coming into this site, you're not going to see what's going on in this site like you can everything else around there. So I think that's important to understand, not only from a noise abatement, but from an aesthetics point of view. We intend to bring up the looks of the area and not necessarily add to or take away from the current industrial look of that area. Again, it was noted in the Commission's Planning and Zoning Department letter that was submitted during the DRI that was performed by the Atlanta Regional Commission, and I believe sent to you, and you have copies of those, that we have worked with them on those things. Again, what this concept doesn't show is the first right of refusal on that northern piece, the lands for learning on the northern piece, but it also doesn't show that we've talked to the city services manager. He expressed a need for somewhere to park a lot of the city services vehicles. I guess you're currently looking at a different parcel somewhere to develop to do that. We're willing, we're open to, in that there's already commercial traffic going to be coming through that corridor, to partnering, giving them the room they need to do that if they so desire still. There was a couple things. Okay, we'll go to my slide 13. It says Blankenship, Johnny Blankenship, total tax collected. There was some questions raised at the zoning hearing when we raised the point of how significant the tax income would be from this property relative to the current situation. And those questions were raised, so I wanted to bring to the table the facts. And these are the facts. In the current tax year, Johnny Blankenship on that piece of property, in that it is in the third year of a 10-year conservation agreement, is going to pay $2,734 for the entire year, okay? If you go to the next slide, these are the facts. This is what Bluegrass across the street, this includes property tax and real property tax. It does not include sales tax, which we'll talk about a little bit. But Bluegrass paid $159,579. So do the math. I just wanted to make sure that we were all clear. I know there was, I guess, an tax commissioner in here that couldn't answer the question, so I wanted to get it answered out of the gate. Next slide to community concerns. Air quality. We understand that there are a lot of issues, a lot of concerns about that. We had several neighbors at the zoning meeting, so I would like to address that directly. Here are the facts. It sounds like there's a lot of folks that want to say that, I've got, problem with the existing facility, there's a lot of dust. So I went to the Environmental Protection Division, and there's a fellow there named Bert Prangley, and I'll be happy to pass his information along to you. I may have misstated his name. I will double check that. Bert Langley, who is the Director of Compliance at the Environmental Protection Division, who passed to me information that I asked for information back to 2000 on the site that is there off of Bankhead Highway, currently operated by Bluegrass. There was one dust complaint from 2000 to now, and it was 12 and a half years ago. 12 and a half years ago. So the EPD comes out, they do an inspection, they find that the quarry, that industrial site, was not the source of the dust. They came back out 1 week later, surprise visit, inspected the quarry, inspected the asphalt plant, one of the asphalt plants that's there, and found them to be in compliance. So, again, there's one in 12 and a half years, and it was unsubstantiated. I just think it's important for you to know. Water quality. When there were issues raised about concerns about wells going dry and that sort of thing, there is a 500-foot deep hole at that quarry site right now. And I could find nowhere where there was a substantiated or even a claim that a well had gone dry or a spring had gone dry. This particular site is in what is considered an igneous formation, and the likelihood of something like that happening is super, super low. There are issues in limestone formations, but that is well north of here. This being granite, those issues are non-existent. I also asked for information which Bert Langley supplied from the EPD regarding any kind of water complaints. There was one lodged in 2008, which was 8 years ago, a little over 8 years ago now, that there was an oil spill. They came out, did their inspection, found out it was an erroneous claim by an employee who had just been laid off. 2008, things were getting bad. They were reducing the workforce. The same employee evidently called with 12 false safety claims to MSHA. So again, those are the facts. Blasting, okay? Vibration, noise, everything that goes along with that. Let me look ahead here. We're going to look at that video in just about 2 minutes. So, this is obviously always a hot spot. But with the advancements in blasting technology over the years, this isn't the quarry of 50 years ago where, they packed the dynamite in the hole and, just let it go, just clear everybody for 1,000 yards. This is a very scientific process. And as such, the vibration issues that were once a huge problem have been dramatically minimized. There are limits that are set by the State Fire Marshal's office on vibration, air overpressure, the things that sort of occur when you pull a shot. And what you will find is that we won't achieve more than 30, 20, 10% of that at times. And those thresholds are set because there were studies done that determined what was the level at which vibration would cause damage to concrete or sheetrock or whatever. And if those levels are up here, with today's technology, what we're achieving is way down here, not even getting close to those levels. We self-monitor with seismographs. We offer any neighbor who has issues seismographic studies, some permanent, some temporary, depends on what they want. We're offering to do pre-construction surveys on all of the homes that are proximal so that we can make sure that, if there's an issue, we've got a baseline, we'll take a look at it, and then we'll take care of it. That's the key. Yeah, go ahead and drop that. What I want to show everyone here is this is a video of a shot. This was a clip from a production that was done for DCTV in 2007. The host is Taffy Patterson. The show was called The Job. I guess it was shown on the local television station here. Produced under the direction of, I guess, Wes Talon, TJ, and Matt. But what I want to show you is, and I made mention in the zoning meeting, is that not only does blasting no longer require that you get everybody clear for forever and a day, we now build areas where people can come watch them. That exists there at the Norcross Quarry, at the Kennesaw Quarry. It's been in place for a few years, but it is a very controlled, very scientific process now. So let's take a look at the video.
You guys can, if you actually look at it from the back of the screen, you'll be able to see it. It sounds weird, but okay. Why is it not? That's on me. Here we go. It's not coming back.
Here.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
This is so cool. It ripples along. You can see where the explosions are going off, and you think it's going to be this big, thing, and it's not. It really is just like a little bit of a rumble, and then a little bit of a boom, and that's all there is to it. And now there's this huge pile of rock where we were standing 5 minutes ago. This, they need to come up with something like this for your laundry. You press a button and a little rumble and it's done. This is so cool. I want them to do it again. Where's Rick?
Again, that was part of a production that was done by DCTV for the consumption of folks here in Douglas County. And it really just illustrates how really non-eventful those are. What you saw was probably somewhere between 16 and 20,000 tons of material shot to the ground. And what that does is basically supply that site for somewhere around a week of raw material to feed into the process. And that's what we anticipate. One time a week, the total duration of a blast like that is a couple of seconds. And again, you've got somebody that is spectating, that is viewing from the edge of the high wall, that can look at it and say, it's really anticlimactic. But I appreciate you indulging me in that. The next slide, let's go to my number 18, scale distances. We obviously had some concerns from some neighbors. So what you're looking at here, scale distances from Mr. Van Zant's property or just next to Mr. Van Zant's property, where it illustrates, and you may want to, well, just stay on this one first. What you're looking at is a scale distance from his property to the center of the Bluegrass Quarry, which is about 3,800 feet. When you flip to the next slide, which you can go ahead and do, the middle of the proposed pit at the Johnny Blankenship site to that same spot, the scale distance is about 3,400 feet. So I do this just to illustrate the fact there's a quarry there. These folks are experiencing whatever the issues are, the vibration, but again, with this new site, many of them aren't going to be any closer to the same type of operation. A big point of contention made by both Mr. Chandler and Mr. Van Zant at the zoning hearing was property value. So I want to go back to that 2007, 2003, 2001 neighborhoods constructed around Bluegrass. The Bluegrass Quarry was started somewhere around 1967, and at that time there wasn't much around it. It is now completely surrounded with commercial properties, residential, and residential that was built as late as 7 years ago. When you look at the scale distances from the Van Zant home, from the Chandler home, from the proposed site to the proposed pit to their homes, that latest neighborhood in 2007 was built about 2/3 closer. So they will be 2 to 3 times further from this location than those. When you look at Mr. Chandler's property, which is currently valued at $6,100 an acre, Mr. Van Zant's property at $4,900 an acre, you then go back and take a look at those developments off of John West Road, where I believe Mr. John West himself did the developing. Obviously, including development costs, the price that he got on those developed acres was somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 an acre. So my point here is that it's not the end of the world when an industrial development comes in. It doesn't mean your property values go down. I can give you umpteen examples where they have gone up 50% or 100%. So I just wanted to go ahead and put that out there as well. When you look at Johnny Groover's development out there next to the Lithia Springs Quarry, which is still under construction, they're still building houses to within 350 feet of the property line. When you measure the developable portion of that and you look at what he was paid for that property, it came out to about $39,000 per developable acre. So again, just an example of property values not necessarily suffering, maybe even going the other direction, especially if there's interest in commercial or industrial development. Let's move on to the proposed project. How much time do I have? How far am I in? Thank you. Proposed project. We're proposing a $44 million investment in this community. That's significant. That includes site development, that includes plant and mobile equipment, environmental controls. During the development stage, we are projecting to hire and maintain those folks for a little over a year, 100 people. Most of those will be either proximal to very proximal contractors that will be in here, so it won't be a heavy burden on schools or anything else during that time. Again, that's mostly site development. Full operation will employ 30 to 35 people. And the average pay that we anticipate is between $50,000 and $70,000 a year. when, I don't know if anybody saw it in the AJC, but it was published kind of what that average weekly income was for the different counties. Currently, Douglasville is at the bottom. They're on one of the bottom rungs, and at $699 a week or less, because it was $0 to $699, this eclipses that by about 50% on the lowest paying job. And we're talking about 35 multi-generational jobs. We're talking about a place where a son, a grandson, and, will end up working at the same place. I've experienced it. It happens. There's lots of examples, even at the Lithia Springs Quarry. I could call names, and I know a few people here could as well. Tax generation, again, just sort of estimating what that would be. Now, on the sales tax, we're saying there's a projected sales revenue of $10.6 million. It's hard to calculate what that sales tax will be because a lot of that material isn't in use. It goes into ready mix or asphalt or other things. So it's tough to estimate, but we're trying to just make sure that you understand the magnitude of the potential here with regard to sales revenue. Next slide. This is a view of the Vulcan Materials Norcross Quarry. I'm doing this just to make sure you understand that these don't have to be big, ugly things. This is an entrance that we built right off of Beaver Ruin Road. And if you don't know that quarry's there, you can drive all the way around it and you'll never see it. And it covers hundreds and hundreds of acres. It's one of the biggest pits in the southeast. It has an overlook that you can actually drive up into this entrance and watch the trucks do their thing, the shots go off, the whole 9 yards. But this is what you're going to see at the end of West Strickland. Not, a big wide open entrance with a gate hanging off of the hinges and looking down into, what looks like a heavy industrial zone. The next one is a aerial shot of Norcross. The road that you see up to the north, I don't know if you can tell that or not, that's I-85. That's how close it is to I-85, and it's surrounded by Indian Trail and Beaver Ruin Road there. Again, I guarantee you, if you didn't know it was there, this probably surprises you. One of the things that's key to this particular slide, I want to point out where I highlighted Meadow Creek High School. It shares a property line. There were issues raised in the zoning meeting about the dangers of being close to school kids and this sort of thing. Vulcan donated that property, and they built a high school and a track and a football field and softball fields, and there's thousands of kids in school there every day, right next door to somebody that is performing the same type of operations that we're proposing here. It's not much. It's not unlike the elementary school. I've just lost it. That's just south of the Bluegrass Quarry. It's 1,000 feet from operations. Bright Star Elementary. Next is one that's a little more familiar to folks, the Villarica Quarry. As you can see, Fairfield Plantation is right there just south of it. This is to simply illustrate that you've got two things happening here. You've got a 40-year-old quarry that's sitting next to a 40-year-old neighborhood. And they have lived harmoniously for years. I've talked to several people that live there, and they do it without issue. So I thought that was worth mentioning. That's a golf course community with really nice houses and a quarry that's been operating, doing the same thing that you saw in that video once a week, every week for the last 40 years. The next one's a little closer to home, Lithia Springs Quarry, aerial view. Just wanted to illustrate the fact that there's a lot of residential that has moved in around that site. Even since I worked there in 1995, there's a lot more houses, especially the site that you see just to the east, which is the Groover development that I talked about. That's Groover Lake. And those houses, if you go to the next slide, this is more of a level view of that. These houses that are on this hill just to the west of that site, there's one that is legitimately 350 feet from the property line, right next to the processing plant. They're building them and they're selling them. And I think that's critical to understand. The next one is the Kennesaw Quarry. As you can see, there's a controlled airfield right over the high wall there. That property was actually donated to Cobb County by the company years and years ago. I bet they wish they had it back now, but it was donated then. And as you can see, there's commercial developments and a controlled airfield right next to this particular facility. There's a warehouse, if you look just to the north of that, there's a relatively large warehouse there that houses a mainframe. So delicate material, delicate equipment that is right next to this. They're doing the same thing that you saw up here once a week or more. That's a site that does a couple of million tons a year, so they're shooting 2-3 times a week. Again, quarries can live harmoniously with residential. That's a Cousins commercial development just to the north and east. Nice office buildings, warehousing. If you look to the far east of the picture that you see, that circle, that's Town Center Mall. Just to give you some perspective. So I'm going to close this out. How much time do I have? Okay. I'm going to close this out by just saying a few things here. It's going to be tough to discern, obviously, the emotional from the rational, the reasonable. But I understand. You know, it's always sort of a not in my backyard sort of issue. I get that. But what I want to really emphasize is that a vote yes here is a vote for economic development. It's a vote to utilize a resource that God gave Douglas County that happens to be on a railroad that makes it even more beneficial, potentially, where you can export this material. You're not adding traffic to your roads. You're bringing in tax revenue from places like Chicago and other places in the Midwest. It is a vote for 35 jobs that will be here for generations, that will raise that average that Douglas County currently experiences. It's a vote for landowner rights. You've got a facility that is just south of there that's doing the same thing. And if this is not passed this time, it was 18, 17 years ago, the last time somebody attempted to do this. And it took this long for somebody to get enough courage to come and spend this much money to get to this point. But I want to say that I think it would be a mistake to decline it. A no vote is just to remain status quo. You know, it's about being progressive, and we want to be a part of that, and we can be a part of that. I want to thank you for your time, and I'm going to sit down so other folks can speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyd. I'll ask if there is anyone else that would like to speak in support of this item. And Ms. Acker, again, could you tell us how much time we have? 16 minutes, and now we would go to the 5-minute limit per person, please.
Hello, my name is Charles DePriest. I live at 5823 Saracen Trail in the city of Douglasville. I've lived there for 13 years, me and my wife and my little girl. And I'm married into a family that's a multi-generational family here in Douglas County, the Morrises. They signed the roll back when it was Old Campbell County. So I understand the stake that we're dealing with here for Douglas County. Definitely in support of this for Mr. Boyd. And really, the reasons why is, number one, the one thing that's crippling Douglasville and the county of Douglas is jobs. We've got 30 to 35 jobs here at stake. According to the 2010 census, the average income per capita here in Douglasville, Douglas County, was $26,000. What we're talking about, what Mr. Boyd's talking about, is a compensation package in excess of $50,000 to $70,000. Now, the magic about this is all these jobs can be filled from our local resource, the local job pool right here in Douglasville. There's probably people in this audience right now that this job's at stake for them. Now, there are no higher education requirements to fill these positions. And I know this because I spent 15 years in the mining industry, not currently in the mining industry now. But I spent 15 years in the mining industry. The shot that you saw, I was the plant manager at Lithia Springs at that time. So I understand neighbor concerns. I've dealt with them. They're real. But again, one thing that we have to remember, most heavily regulated industry in perhaps the U.S. Mandatory inspections from a safety and environmental standpoint, you don't know when they're coming. They're all unannounced. You have no time to fix an issue before the inspectors get there. You have to operate right. You've got to be right 100% of the time when you're operating one of these mines. And it's been done right here in Douglas County for many, many years. We're going to hear the opposition say, we got 2 rock quarries here. Why do we need another one? Bart hit the nail on the head. We're blessed with good quality aggregate material for construction. I could answer the question this way, I think, if I were asked. Does Texas need another oil well? They got plenty of them. God bless them with oil resources. Does Panama City need another high rise? God just happened to bless Panama City with the world's most beautiful beaches. And as a result, a lot of us go down there and we enjoy those. So the same thing pertains to the quarry, the proposed quarry here, is you got great resources that can be used to benefit the community, to increase the standards of living for this community. And it does not lower and drop property tax values. Mr. Boyd, I think, demonstrated that. This proposal was turned down in 2001 because there were neighbor issues. Property values were going down. Then in 2001, the first development went up 3,000 feet from the Bluegrass Quarry. Then another one went in 2013, 3,000 feet from the Bluegrass Quarry. And then in 2007, a little bit closer to home, probably 1,500 feet from the Bluegrass Quarry, the last development went in. And the landowners, the developers, made a lot of money on those deals. And this is all public record. You can take a look at it. It's all in the tax digest, and everybody here has the freedom to look at it and see exactly what the operations do not impede. You're going to hear a lot about what they do impede, but the facts are the facts. Mine operators deal in the facts, not fairy tales. Please vote yes for this. Big for Douglasville, it's big for Douglas County, and it's going to be big for 35 folks, potentially a lot of them in this audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DePriest. Appreciate that.
My name is Jeff Morse. I live at 8251 Farmington Lane, Winston, Georgia, 30187. I'm here in support of this endeavor Mr. Boyd has taken on. I've lived here for 53 years. I've lived in the city 25 years. My family's had property all along 78 Highway. My dad operated a service station up here for 50 years called Morris Tire. He employed 5 to 7 people. Also, at one time, beside that, there was a building that was a tire weight store where you make weights on tires. He employed 2 people there, 3 worthless grandkids part-time that tried to run him ragged. Also, the Pure Oil station beside Hartley Row and Fowler was his at one point in time. A consignment shop right over here next to the boys club. I think it's closed down right now. So we've had property along this area. We've had, like I said, 5 to 7 people. It's now, we sold the Morris Tire. It's a used tire store with one person working there. It's a used car store, one person. Used lawnmower store, one person. Used furniture store,
maybe a couple. Consignment shop's empty, beside Ralph Easy's shop. We need jobs. You read in the paper, you saw it, we're at the bottom of the barrel. You know, the city went and annexed land in Lithia Springs that probably skewed the results of that. We probably are even lower without those jobs in Lithia Springs area. My grandparents owned property on the northwest side of I-20 across from the Presbyterian Church. My grandparents' hope was to leave that property to their children in hopes that would be an inheritance to them, and it would be commercial and they could live happily ever after. It didn't work out that way. The state DOT came. They decided to build a big circular interchange. I think it was called a clover leaf. My grandmother sold the property under the threat of condemnation. I became a property rights person. If this man's ready to spend this money, we have it, you know, an industrial site. We have one right across that is operating safely. He's willing to, and I've known Bart for about 10 years. We're lucky to have somebody that cares this much about these people's property rights. I know how it is to be that. I know some of the people, and they're fine people. A 300-acre buffer. He's leaving. Offering the city land for a maintenance building. City can monitor it. They can have a seismograph. Leaving land for a future road. Not asking for tax breaks. Willing to pay his fair share of taxes. Being involved in the community, schools, chamber, and yet everybody gets to keep the property. Kids now in Douglas County, my kids, maybe some of y'all's, they finish school, go to college, and they don't come back. They do not come back. They go to Kennesaw, they go to Ackworth, they go to Alpharetta, they go to Swanee. They go where the jobs are, and they're chasing jobs. We need to make a start at bringing in jobs. I hope the council will take this opportunity to do what's best to bring in the revenue. Vote no. Vote no if you don't want jobs. Vote no if you're happy with palm readers, you know, one man shops. That's not creating jobs. We need jobs. This is an opportunity to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. Again, let me say I appreciate all of you respecting our time limits. We should have approximately 7 minutes, 6 minutes. Anyone else like to speak in support?
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor and council members, I've been asked to ask if we could have 1 minute back for the technical issues involved in playing the video.
I have no problem with that.
Thank you. My name's Erica Leonard, and I live at 9450 Logan Lane in the city of Douglasville. And I'm here this evening to speak in favor of granting these applications and in support of economic development for the city. Granting these applications supports economic development in the city as well as the county. This land has been marketed for 10 years without interest, which to me evidenced the fact that this land is not desirable or usable for other types of endeavors. Having a quarry takes the land from negligible tax revenue to significant tax revenue, and that's even before you consider the sales tax potential and the revenue from the product there. In addition, the proposed use creates valuable local and well-paying jobs, as Mr. Morris just described. The project will have positive impacts on the community, both through educational partnerships and through work with civic organizations, as we heard also. But I think what's most impressive to me is the extensive plans that the company has put in place to operate in a manner that's respectful to the neighbors and that minimizes the environmental impact. And of course, that's important to me as a citizen here. We all heard the excellent presentation by Mr. Boyd, and it's clear that the applicant has carefully considered all of the factors that will go into operating this quarry. It's considered the city at large and the many impacts the many ways that it will touch our community. And that they will operate this quarry as a responsible corporate citizen in the city of Douglasville. I support seeing this land put to this excellent use, and I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Would you repeat your name, please? And I'm sorry, I did not get it.
It's all right. Erica Leonard.
Erica?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Dudley Spruill, 4998 Lake Hollow, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. I'm a citizen of Douglasville and have been for 22 years. Many of you know I'm recently retired as Chief Operating Officer of the Douglas County School System. Before that, I was Region Manager for Atlanta Gas Light, so I'm very familiar with West Georgia. Also, as you may know, as part of those jobs, I was lucky enough to be a past chairman of the Douglas County Chamber, and also was lucky enough to serve on the Water and Sewer Authority for 10 years, 3 years as chairman. I say that because I know, like you know, economic development is crucial. We have a lot of burden on residential property owners in this county. We search for people like Mr. Boyd to come to the county and help diversify our tax base. It's certainly better for the city than what's there now for future tax revenue, not to mention sales revenue. And it doesn't burden the services such as the school systems or the fire department or sanitation departments. So with that said, we've always looking for, in my 22 years here working with the governments and Chamber, WSA, we're looking to diversify the tax base, and I think this is an excellent partner to do that. So I urge you to please accept and approve this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spruill. Ms. Acker, how much time? Okay, anyone else that would like to speak in support of this item?
Good evening. My name is Laura Timms Abercrombie. I live at 5328 Presley Place, Douglasville, Georgia. And I'm proud to say I was born and raised in Douglas County. My granddaddy had a textile mill across the railroad tracks. He turned crude oil into carpet yarn. My father was a small business owner, John Timms. My great-great-grandmother, Mary Butler, owned most of the land that Sweetwater Creek State Park sits on currently. My great-granddaddy was a farmer next to that state park. Mr. Boyd has come to our town with a great opportunity to create jobs, healthy business, sustainable, healthy growth. Nothing flash in the pan, nothing fly by night. He is not some big-time developer, heartless, coming in to make changes in our community. And a lot of that has been done in Douglasville during my lifetime. I married a multi-generational family, the Abercrombies. My husband, Mac, and his Aunt Kathy are the last two remaining of the original Abercrombie family, whose grandfather and father were sheriff, the leading milk producer and dairy farmer in this town at one time. We now have two young children, Mac and Callie. We want to see them stay here, but for this town to continue to grow and to thrive, we need good, sustainable, healthy jobs that are not flash in the pan. Mr. Boyd has come to the table looking at economic growth, looking at EPA and environmental issues, looking at educational issues. One of my pet peeves now is our children do not get their hands dirty. They do not explore outside. They do not see the world around them. And he's providing an opportunity for our children to get their hands dirty once again and to see what makes things tick other than a video screen. I love my town. I chose to come back here. Like Mr. Morris stated, many of my friends that I graduated with, they live in Roswell, they live in Alpharetta, they live in Peachtree Corners, they live in Noonan. They have left Douglasville, and now their parents are leaving Douglasville as they age. My town is dying as I used to know it. The values, the industry, everything I grew up knowing and loving is leaving this town. I am for this. I ask for you to vote for this. Take this from someone whose bloodlines run deep in this town, in this community. We need business like this here if we're going to survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abercrombie. Anyone else would like to speak on behalf of the application? If not, I think our mayor would like to say something, and so I'll yield the floor to her for just a moment. Time is now expired then as to the applicant's side of the public hearing. Okay. Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I know there are some people that may be shy, as people can't believe it. I am really shy and may not feel comfortable coming to the podium, but we did notice as we were coming in that there were some stickers with different colors on those stickers, and so I asked the chairman if we would be allowed to have those who did not have an opportunity to speak in favor of this project, if you didn't mind standing so that we can just see some numbers. And if you could please stand so that we can see everyone who didn't speak as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you. And again, let me thank you folks for your respect and for your civility in your presentation. Okay. We can now move on to the other half of the public hearing, and that would be for the purpose of anyone that would like to speak in opposition. If there's anyone that would like to speak in opposition, we'll begin that. Please come to the podium again, state your name and address for the record. We will reset our timer for 1 hour. And let me just, before the timer starts, if we are in need possibly of a break here in a few moments, would it be something you all would like to do before we allow them to begin, or would we want to interrupt? I'll yield to whomever, whatever you might like.
I need a break.
Okay. Would you all mind if we had 5 minutes? Is that okay? And we will not start your time until we start over. Is that okay? All right, I'd like to recess this meeting momentarily for 5 minutes. Please be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
North Campus.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was a long time. Graduated about the time you were born. How old are you? Real close. That's fabulous. Enjoy it. Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Daryl mentioned nothing else to do tonight, so. Back in the corner there. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. He got a long talk.
Good presentation.
He did. I've heard him a couple of times, so.
Folks, if we can begin to gather back in, please, and let's get ready to go.
Good job.
Please take your seats so we can resume. On behalf of the council and mayor, I would like to thank you for allowing us to take that liberty for just a moment. We will call to order again the public hearing and begin the time as this gentleman comes forward and introduces himself to speak in opposition. Thank you very much, sir. Go ahead.
Name is Shane Tidwell. Currently reside at 1361 Millerica Road in Powder Springs, Georgia, 30127. I am currently the Chief Financial Officer for the Atlanta Bible Camp in Agahey, which is adjacent to the property in question for this zoning ordinance. That property is at 2214 Camp in Agahey Road in Douglasville, Georgia. Don't have a specific opposition other than to raise a few concerns, and Mr. Boyd was very eloquent in his statement about the things that he would do to protect the local environment. I will, this was back before my time, but in the late 90s and early 2000s, a Craig Touche did a very similar type business there, close to there. And that quarrying did lead to certain settlement running down hills into, there is a lake there at the Camp in Agahey that is used for obviously recreational purposes during the year. There was sediment that ran downhill due to inadequate erosion control, and that has permanently affected the lake there. There were fines and things assessed against Mr. Touche at the time for him to clean that up. He went bankrupt and has not fulfilled those obligations. So that is obviously our main concern. We understand that Mr. Boyd is in a very highly regulated industry, and he would have to comply with those things. And certainly understand that. And again, I'm not a resident of Douglasville, so I can't speak to many of the things that others have spoken to as far as jobs and things like that. And as I said, no specific opposition other than to bring it to the council's attention that at times past there have been issues with that local land. And so our concerns do remain the same. Would, perhaps like to have the opportunity to understand better exactly where he plans to put the quarry and whether that would impact ours. But again, our understanding is at this time that it could potentially, again, impact the land that we have there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Who else?
My name is Jack Baggett. I live at 8570 Indian Mountain Court, Millerica, Georgia, Douglas County. Me and my family, I'm representing them, owns a lot of property here. And also, I'm here at Imperative. I lost my hearing in the mine division. So I am familiar with explosion and know what it will do. It will damage your property and hurt your value of your property. We have 6 commercial buildings, that's just some of it, on Highway 78. Same size they're trying to put the rock quarry. On the left of us is already a rock quarry. We don't need no more rock quarry. I've also been in the real estate business, and I know about external obsolescence. That means outside force. We already have a rock quarry down at Lissy Springs. We had one off of Burn Hickory Road It's abandoned, and they left a big hole in the ground. I know what they do. And also, this second time, they tried to put a rock quarry up there. Folks, we worked hard to build this county. I've got buildings out there, far out on the property. I got property out there. And it's sad that we come here, we build this county, we build these buildings, and then somebody come in and it'll destroy our property. And I think you people should think seriously on this issue. It's not right. Now, they put on a good show. I've been bullshot by the best, and I tell you what, they are good. And it's not, I mean, these people own property next to it. Can you imagine having a building and all at once, that rock where they shoot them dynamite, it'll affect it a mile away. I've been a real estate broker, appraiser. I've been here in Imperative most of my life. I never did quit. I'm be 83 in March. And my family was raised here. My mother was raised in Paulding County. They named the school after her and her brother, and a lot of Baggots here are well known too. But folks, please take into consideration these people that owns this property. They put on a good show. It's like the outside look good, but the inside is real bad. And it's not right. I tell you what, you ought to think seriously over this. You ought to own a piece of property next to a rock quarry. And it should not be allowed. And I'm asking y'all, please look into this matter. I put my faith in you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baggett.
My name is Dennis Chandler, 1929 South Flat Rock Road. Born and raised here. I'm almost as old as Joel Dotson. Almost. Wasn't born here. I was born in Austell, and they didn't have a hospital here. Went to school, public schools here. Went to Tennessee Tech on a football scholarship. Taught school 3 months. Opened up my pest control business in 1972. It's a long time. I heard this a while ago. A gentleman right here said, he said, I'm gonna do the same thing. I want to give you the facts. 30 jobs. They giving like Lockheed's moving out here. Or General Motors is moving out here, 30 jobs. And he said, might do this and might do that. The rock quarry out there in Blue Circle or whatever it is, 70, might run out of rock in 20 years, 10 years. Might grows on chickens. I've got chickens and I got mites. You can't say might. You can if you want to tell y'all. We might not even have any rock around here. But unless you prove mine, we'll have plenty of rock. You've heard about properties are not diminished. Well, I didn't write this. I got this out of a book. You got my folder I gave it to you, and it's in there. It's listed. 0.3 miles, 25% reduction in property. 0.62 miles, 15 to 20% property. 1 mile, 15%. 2 miles, 10%. 3 miles, 5%. There's 4 quarries within a 7-mile radius here. Lithia Springs, Douglasville, right about a mile into Carroll County, and right up off Ridge Road, right off Ridge Road. We don't need another rock quarry. We need an impact study, and I don't know if y'all got one. We haven't heard nobody said anything about an impact study. I think you need an impact study for us. We might be for this thing, a site plan. All you can hear you're hearing one side of it. Here is a guy that worked for all these other companies. He's telling you all these companies he worked for. He's been in business 2 months. He applied for a license and corporation October, I think, this year. Like I said, I've been in pest control business 44 years. If I'd been in the pest control business 2 months, and I came to Mark Adams and said, I'm going to charge you $2,000 to eat your house for termites, but I'll do you a good job, though. Do it good. How long have you been in business, Dennis? 2 months.
Mr. Chandler, please, let's keep it respectful and above board, please.
I just tried to make a point. But my name has been mentioned, so I got a right to come back.
Yes, sir, and I totally agree with that.
Here's a thing. It's to the Honorable Charles Camp. It was Dear Mayor Camp. This is in August 25th, 1999. I am writing to officially transmit the Atlanta Regional Commission on finding on the development, regional impact, DRI, review of Touch It industry development. That's the same development we're talking about. Since you were at the meeting, you know the commission found this DRI is not in the best interest of the state. I'm enclosing copies of this commission resolution on the review and our review report. Additional information submitted by the developer and solicited to unsolicited comments received during the review. Please feel free to call me. Back then, that rock hadn't moved, hadn't changed. It's still granite. And they said then, it's bad thing, and I ask you to vote against this rock quarry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that.
I'm Gerald Van Zant. I live at 6726 North Baggett Road, Douglasville, and my property is directly adjacent. His property, Mr. Boyd's property, Mr. Blankenship's property adjoins on to my property, and also I have other property that does not exactly join on to it, but we have a corridor that our family compound is on that is about 50 acres that is parallel to his property. And I'm basically here representing our North Baggett neighborhood, but everybody else too. I would like to note to you that I made just a little summary of people that could be affected. I've got my family, Mr. Payne's family, Mr. John and Ann Martin. We've got the Molinos. We got Mr. Huckabee over here. We got Calvin Conley, Mr. Hahn, and then there's several rental houses there. And the total number of people that I could come up with as family people that are breathing this air would be 58 people in our immediate area. Now, I would, the only way I can present this to you is from a living standpoint. I was born and raised on this property. My father had it, my grandfather had it. We have owned this property for over 100 years. And I have survived the existing quarry from conception to right now. And I wanted to bring to you the points that I can bring to you. It's not from any book. It is from living a life by a quarry. And it may be a little bit, I've written it down. I'm going to read it. But I want to make sure that we cover the territory. The existing bluegrass property is approximately 1,000 feet south of the proposed quarry that we have. And the present problems to the surrounding community it's been there for approximately 50 years or so, and we have all had to live through that also. The bluegrass property quarry has created tremendous sediment and erosion control problems surrounding the property and dumping into the Mobley Creek drainage basin. This particular proposed project will dump all of its sediment into the Sweetwater Creek basin. The ridge line is there at 78 Highway, breaking up those two basins. The bluegrass quarry has always presented problems to us with the blasting. It has created untold problems with cracked walls, foundations, floors, driveways, and etc. And to many of the homes and the businesses within a mile or even maybe more. The bluegrass property is also a big contributor to dust pollution and maybe the biggest of all. Any kind of uncovered outdoor furniture around my house, a car with the windows, driveways, and etc., they will be completely covered with dust, a film of dust, real fine dust. You can go out there and clean off the patio furniture within a 3-day period. You have to do it again. The bluegrass quarry has always been a source of noise pollution also. There are noises from the blast, the crusher, the equipment excavating and hauling the stone, the warning horns from the quarry equipment, and the trucks that haul the stone to the construction sites. The bluegrass quarry has increased negative impacts on the community by adding 2 asphalt plants and 1 concrete plant. Those additional businesses contribute to the dust, smoke, noise.
Mr. Van Zant, your time has expired, sir.
May
5
I,
minutes.
since I'm representing 58 people, have a little bit more time?
5 minutes per person. Is there not anyone else here that would be speaking in opposition to this?
Well, you do have others.
Okay. I would ask that you respect that time limit, please, sir.
Okay, my time's up.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Who is next?
My name's Curtis Shipley. Live at 1122 Doris Road, Douglasville, Georgia. First of all, I'd like to thank Madam Mayor, Mr. Chairman, and the council members for allowing us this time to come to you with our opinions. We, as concerned citizens, have many questions about this proposed development, and what I am asking is that the council would not rush through this thing. You know, as it's proposed, it looks like a vote would be taken Monday on this thing. It has just come to our attention last week, just before the zoning committee, first time I've heard of it. And so we have not seen, like I say, as citizens, we would just ask that you would not rush this thing through. When it comes time to vote, if you would table this thing and give us time to see some of the information that perhaps y'all have seen that we have not seen. We've not seen any detailed site plans. I look back, of course, as y'all all know, this thing, same thing was proposed back in 2001. It was turned down. I found where the Atlanta Regional Commission had turned that down, and they had a detailed site plan showing exactly where the blasting was going to take place. This area would be used for different things. I've seen no such detailed site plan. It may exist, but none of us out here have seen it. Certainly, we need access to see that. Hadn't seen any evidence that there have been impact studies. There may have been, but we've seen no impact studies done on air quality. We all have heard and will continue to hear about the dust that builds up, the vibrations, the cracked foundations, the businesses that have been affected negatively by the explosions and the vibrations and so forth. So certainly there needs to be impact studies done on the water table. I know he's talked about the igneous rock and not an issue there, but what about the runoff, the watershed area? One of the reasons, as y'all know, this thing was turned down, they gave 5 specific reasons that it was turned down the last time. Nothing has changed in any of this, and one of those was about a watershed area that this thing would affect. These are impacts that are going to greatly be felt by this community, and we certainly need, as citizens, to have an opportunity to look at those. And we're asking that you'd provide us that time to see those. We've not seen them. The Atlanta Regional Commission last time also asked for a DRI, a Development Regional Impact. Is that still required? Has that been done? I don't know. These are questions that we're asking. The problems, the dust, the noise, the truck traffic, the blasting, all these things are the same. Now, you know, Mr. Boyd explained to us that it's a much more scientific process. At the last meeting, he explained how they time the things now so that they're 2, 3, 4 milliseconds apart, and that greatly reduces the vibration. And he's correct in that. Here's the problem. The thing that they can't mitigate is the single explosion itself. They can time them where 2 don't happen at one time. But it's hard for the average person to understand what's taking place there. This explosion, they're going to drill a hole, a series of holes, 5.5, 6.5 inches in diameter, 20 feet deep, 30 feet deep, depending on how much rock they're trying to break off. But a 6.5 inch diameter hole will hold about 18 pounds of explosives per foot. And so a 20-foot hole at 18 pounds per, if my math's right, 360 pounds of explosive force. Now this explosive material burns, propagates, if you will, at a speed of approximately 20,000 feet per second. Now that's a number that's hard for an average person to wrap their mind around. That's 18 times the speed of sound. You know, it was a pretty significant achievement when we got a jet plane that would break the sound barrier. Well, this is 18 times faster than that, over 13,000 miles per hour. So here's what that means. When you set off a series of these explosions, each one of them is like hitting that bedrock with a 100-ton sledgehammer at 18 times the speed of sound. It's going to create a vibration. You can cover it up with mats. You can do whatever you want to. That vibration is going to travel at that rate, and folks close to it are going to feel that vibration. And so these are problems that are just there that have not yet been mitigated, and they exist, and they need to be addressed. Again, the main complaint that I have is it seems like this thing is just really being pushed fast, and that we haven't had time to assess how much impact that we're going to have. As one of the gentlemen said, heck, we may look at the impact studies and decide we're for this thing. But we've not had an opportunity.
First, they're ringing your bell that the 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
And we thank you very much for your comment.
One last thing, we feel like that also may be unconstitutional, and I've got a little form here that I'd like to leave with
please.
Over here to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Who is next?
My name is Ann Martin. My husband and I live at 6660 North Baggett Road, Douglasville. We have a house and 25 acres. If you have a map of, thank you. This is my son. He's here for moral support. We have a house and approximately 25 acres that adjoins the Blankenship property. If you have a map on your monitor there, it is the rectangle-shaped property that is on the west border of the Blankenship property. We have lived there for 30 years. My husband is a retired deputy sheriff for Douglas County, and I'm a retired educator. This property is, to us, a very pretty piece of property. It's a wooded, mostly all 25 acres are wooded. We have wild azaleas, dogwoods, lady slippers, and most of the timber on the property is hardwood. There's a small stream that runs between our property and the Blankenship property, and at the end of the north end of our property, there's a waterfall formed by a rock formation, and it's very pretty, and my grandchildren have really enjoyed roaming and exploring the woods that we live in. Our house is about 2,500 square feet with a full basement. It's built of brick and concrete, and we have 2 steel beams to support the house. However, due to the blasting that has happened across the road from us, Bankhead Highway and the railroad, we have had to spend a sizable amount of money having our foundation repaired due to the cracks that have happened from the blasting in the quarry. So my husband and I believe that Douglas County and Douglasville don't need another quarry because it is detrimental to the quality of life, especially when the 2 quarries are across the road from each other. And we would appreciate your vote of no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Who is next?
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. How are y'all tonight? I'm Robert Payne, 6716 North Baggett Road, Douglasville, Georgia. My land adjoins Mr. Van Zant's land. And when we say Van Zant, they're direct descendants of young Van Zant who donated the land for the courthouse up on 78 Highway. I'm approximately a half a mile from the existing rock quarry. We've lived through everything the rock quarry has thrown at us. And now somebody's asking me to live through one that's going to be a quarter of a mile from me. That means the same dust, which will be double, the same noise, the same traffic. Mr. Boyd said we'd see no more traffic, that entrance would be West Strickland Street. West Strickland Street is on railroad property. Can the city widen that for them? The question needs to be looked into. 'Cause 2 cars can hardly meet on West Strickland Street now. We feel the impact of the trucks up and down the highways. We hear them at day, we hear them at night. You come to town, you have to watch for the rocks in the 78 Highway that's falling off the trucks, which I presume after it leaves the Vulcan plant, it's up to the truck company, you know, to take care of what they lose. I hope you think this over real seriously. The study has been done and it's been turned down in 201. We appreciate it if you give it a real good look and turn it down again tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Who'd like to speak next?
Hello, my name is Wayne Groover. I live at 6904 North Baggett Road. And I'm here on 2 things. One thing is I do live on North Baggett, which is going to impact my property value also. The main reason, though, is my family and I own 4 acres and run 2 businesses, actually, in the city. 8681 South Flat Rock Road, which directly adjoins this property for proposed quarry. And We're in the fabrication business, and we run some very delicate equipment, laser cutters, and they're affected by blast. And yes, I agree, the blast is a lot better. We used to get our machines tore up every week when they blasted, and now it's about once a month. And I went back and looked over the last couple of years. It's costing us around $150,000 a year in repairs. So I would like to say that, and I've also got an employee here that can testify a little bit more about the delicacy of the machine, how it works. He's got his own time. Also, I would like to talk about the dust. We're constantly cleaning the dust out of our computerized equipment. It's made to go in metal shop, which is dusty anyway, but then we still have the dust from the quarries. And my thinking is if we put another quarry in, we're just gonna have twice as much. And the same thing with blasting. Now I'm gonna have 2 blasts a week instead of 1 blast a week to contend with. And I see a lot of stickers here for vote for jobs. Well, I've got 20 jobs out there. And if we bring in another quarry, I'm afraid we're gonna have to shut down, because I just can't afford to keep spending this money. Times are bad, you know. I mean, they're better than they were, but they're still bad. So I'd like for you to think about my 20 people versus these 35. We've been in business since 1977. We've been at that location since 1992, I believe it is, and been in the laser cutting business since 94. And so we can't do a lot about the quarry that was already there, because they were there before us, but now we are here first. And I think it should be looked at. And also I'd like you to think about the traffic on West Strickland also. There's a lot of traffic, 3,000 or 4,000 cars daily through there. And it's not made, if any of you want to ride out there and look at it, somebody needs to look at it, because the road just will not handle dump trucks on it. I don't believe it. It's just not thick enough. We're constantly calling up here about fixing the road where it's busted, tearing up cars. So with that, oh, and one other thing. I am a Groover from Groover's Lake. My daddy is Johnny Groover. Yes, he did make some money off a sale. He could have made a whole lot more, though, if it hadn't been for Vulcan. I guarantee you that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Groover.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. My name is Joshua Morris. I live at 410 Blue Ridge Drive. I'm the Laser Operations Manager for Wayne's Industrial Manufacturing, and I just wanted to give you a little more details on the laser cutting process and the delicacy of our machine. There are 20 mirrors that one laser beam must bounce in a perfect straight line all the way to the cutting head. Any vibration can throw off these mounts where all these mirrors have to perfectly line up. If any deviation, I mean just the slightest deviation in any one mirror can cause massive damage to the inside of the machine. Also, the way the machine actually gets its power, it takes raw power, develops it into radio frequency, and radio frequency is delivered into the resonator. This radio frequency can be adjusted with a series of copper coils inside of the resonator, which can increase wattage on the machine and lower the wattage. It's a 4,000 watt laser. It can be increased by vibrations, by atmosphere, numerous things. If it exceeded beyond the capability of the wattage that our machine can handle, we could have a catastrophic issue with our resonator, which Mr. Groover, he told me earlier, at this current day and age, would cost in the average of $100,000 plus to rebuild our resonator. Radio frequency also can be disturbed by seismic activity. There are current scientists trying to use radio frequency to predict seismic events. So I just ask that you keep this in mind, that the extreme cost of my family's liability, without them, I would be in a hard place, and so would all of my other coworkers who are also dependent on this machine. 95% of everything we do starts with this machine, which is why we have the business we do, because people like the quality we give. This quarry can't affect that quality. We have dozens and dozens of customers, which are companies. Rarely are they individuals, they are companies. So not only will it be impacting our company, it will be impacting all of the companies that we do business with. Some are large, some are small. If we get put out for 2 weeks, it could cost our company $100,000. It could put others out of business because they were relying on our parts to make their jobs continue on. I just thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. What is your last name again, Josh?
Sorry. Joshua Morris.
Thank you. Who's next? How much time do we have, Ms. Acker, please? 8 minutes. 28 minutes. 28, I'm sorry.
I have a question. Can I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Van Zant?
We have asked that you only come to the podium one time and speak unless there's new information you can provide, and we would reserve that possibly if we might have a question for Mr. Van Zant afterwards. I don't have a problem with yielding your 5 minutes to Mr. Van Zant as long as no one else does. But our rule is 5 minutes per speaker.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes.
I'd like to ask, I know this could be a judicial situation if we deviate from
That's my point.
From the legal standard, there might be an issue. So I'd like to ask a question or get that approved by council if possible.
Your ordinance specifically provides that the chairman can waive any rules or time.
Upon Mr. Benefield's request, if you're yielding your time and we have used some time here, I will allow that if council agrees. Are we in unison? Thank you. Carry on. Next. Is there someone else that would like to speak in opposition? Yes, that would be.
I would like for everybody to speak that can, and if you have additional time at the end, if you would allow me to come back up at that time.
As we have made the exception, yes, sir, that would be fine. Who else would like to speak in opposition, please? Let's move along.
Thank you, Mike. Hey, how are y'all doing? My name is Andrew Huckabee. I reside at 6706 North Baggett Road. Many of my great neighbors are in attendance tonight, just like they were at the zoning meeting. I would just like to say, with the exception of possibly 2 other actual households, I'm probably the closest to the western border. I'm between Mr. Van Zant's property. There's one more property and then the western border. I just feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions. You keep hearing stuff like, oh, there's a 300-acre buffer. That has nothing to do with anybody residing on North Baggett Road. So, you know, yeah, there's a 300-acre buffer on that side. I imagine if there was a 300-acre buffer on the west side, there would probably be less people in attendance tonight. But I'm a family man. They're talking about the railroad. I work for the rail industry, that specific one. It's very costly to put in a siding. Plus, if you put in a siding, North Baggett Road has 2 road crossings for the railroad. If a train stops there, we're out of luck. We cannot get in or out of the neighborhood if a train is stopped blocking both of those crossings. Emergency personnel, that's included. There was a pedestrian hit, struck there and killed just a couple months ago. Fire department, police department, they had trouble responding to the scene. There's no way to get in there if both those crossings are blocked. So I have a 15-month-old son. I have a 2-month-old daughter. I also have an 11-year-old son that live right here near this property. So obviously, I imagine a lot of people in here have kids, grandkids, know that that is going to disturb them significantly. But I strongly oppose this. I said I spoke against it the other night, just like many other people did. And like someone else said, I put my faith in y'all to make the right decision here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huckabee. Who's next?
Thanks for giving me a chance to say a few words. First of all, I would like to my brother was just telling me that we got quite a bit of land, and that's been in our family for over 100 years. And you know, it's easy to see a lot of people that stood up that wasn't here the other night. We had just quite a bit of
Sir, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry. I know who you are, Mr. Harper, but I don't think you identified
Oh,
yourself. For
okay.
the record,
My name is Terry Harper.
Your address?
6434 Cedar Mountain Road.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. You know, this ain't the most comfortable thing that I do is get up in front of people. But we had quite a bit of land that's been in the family for over 100 years. And we, the first night in the zoning meeting, it wasn't many people that was for the quarry. Tonight, you know, I see they went out and did a little recruiting and brought quite a few members tonight. But I'm just wondering how many of those people live in the area that's going to be affected by, you know, the quarry going in. It's going to be quite an impact. It was a gentleman the first night during the zoning meeting. He talked about how his foundation in his business was cracking on both sides of his building, and you know, nothing was being done. I think he said the people came out and looked at it from the other quarry, but nothing was done to his building. And so, what's going to be an impact if you have two blasts going at the same time, the same week, and you know, what's going to be an effect on the building, another building that's in the area. Like I said, there's quite a few people stood up tonight, but how many of those people that actually live in the area that's going to be affected by it? I know they live in the county, but that still don't address the problem of the people that live in the area. And then last thing that I'm gonna say is I just feel like it still need more time to decide, you know, more studies, not just by the quarries. You know, they did a lot of studies, but have we did any other studies that's going, you know, say yea or nay as far as the quarry going in? I'm for progress, but you know, what kind of progress can we? It's other ways of bringing in jobs as well. So I guess that's about all I'm going to say. But I definitely oppose. If not, you know, I'd at least like a little bit more time to decide before y'all make y'all decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Who is next?
Madam Mayor, Council Chairman, thank you for the time. My name is David Ye. I'm at 6830 North Baggett Road in Douglasville. There's a lot of North Baggett presence today, but that's because I think we're one of the most impacted group of people that would be if the quarry stands to operate. First of all, I mean, I like to commend Mr. Boyd for trying to bring jobs to Douglas County, specifically Douglasville, since I too believe that this county and this city does need the jobs. And I don't think anybody here is just trying to stand in the way of progress. I mean, we understand that progress has to be made throughout time, and I don't think anybody here is going to be against that, nor are they going to be against bringing in jobs. And it seems like Mr. Boyd did do some more homework after the last public hearing, but I did do some homework too, and I like to bring up a few points that my alternate views. First of all, he repeatedly mentioned igneous formation, but he doesn't realize what I found, what I was informed when I did my engineering report back in 2013 before I started purchasing a property on North Baggett Road. Actually, if you turn to page 6, the map, there's an L-shaped property down back the lower left-hand corner. That's about 150 acres that I've been purchasing since 2013. I intended on using it for agricultural use and recreational use. So back to my point with the engineering report is actually before I did purchase, I had a civil engineer to come out and do an environmental study because I knew there was another quarry around. So what they found was that the rock formation actually extends from Stone Mountain, and it goes from the highest elevation from Stone Mountain all the way out southwest. So where this proposed quarry is actually a higher elevation on the formation than mine or the rest of Douglas County heading west. And there's a water table, and there's water actually about 250 feet or less around that area that people have been using as water wells. And mine's one of them. I have one at 30 feet and one at 250 feet. The reason why I'm bringing up the depth is because the quarry is going to go at least 500 feet. Maybe he's going to argue it's a bit less, but if you dig that deep, it's going to make an impact, especially when the aquifer is above their deepest depth. Now, and then the second point I'd like to make is Mr. Boyd brought up a good point of how developments have been developing around the rock quarries, but he has not brought up a specific example of where there's two adjacent quarries less than a mile away and less than 2 miles away from any city centers. I know Kennesaw and I know Norcross. That Norcross quarry is at least 10 miles away from this Norcross, downtown Norcross, and Kennesaw as well. I mean, that is at least 5 miles away from where Kennesaw is bustling now. And so I like to, and then there's also other problems, air pollution. Yeah, they may have a good air pollution control within the compound, but what about the trucks that haul in and haul out all day? The dust that leaves on the truck is actually very visible on Highway 78 if you go out there when it's not raining. You can see the dust, and it's almost just as bad as when the pollen is around in April and March. And so actually the final point I want to make is the position of the quarry is in the worst of the position. It's north of the railroad, and it's having to gain access to West Strickland. If the quarry trucks go north, you could bypass it going on Highway 92. But you go south, you have to cross the railroad. And there's only 2 crossings unless you have to go all the way across to downtown Douglasville and take the underpass that's being built right now. And that's going to put a lot more toll on West Strickland. And if you stop by West Strickland, you'll see that there's no way, unless you build the road out, there's no way you can handle that capacity. Now finally, I like to speak on the point about legacy. You as city council and city leader have to think beyond the 10 years that you'll get the revenue. I mean, I brought up the example of the quarry in Atlanta where Atlanta is spending $300 million to renovate it into a park. Yes, Vulcan Materials can provide you with multiple examples of how they turned in old quarries into development, but that's if you can find somebody to develop it. And then now they're claiming that that place is no good use because of the rock, that you can't really do anything to it. So, I mean, they have to basically come up with a better story than that because, you know, a good and best use for this land does not mean it's the best use for Douglasville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gay. Appreciate it. Who is next? Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition in this public hearing on this matter? Come forward, please.
My name is Nathan Allen Till. I reside at 2204 South Flat Rock Road. I'd like to bring a couple of things to the attention. Road use down South Flat Rock Road. Gentleman before me spoke of going toward Highway 92. That would be the direct access for that. That's a no truck zone. Underground springs and water flow. I have underground springs on my property, as so do many of my neighbors. I also have well and county water. Mr. Boyd did state that if anybody's well did dry up, that he would be more than happy to hook them up to county water. He never did answer would he be more than willing to pay their county water bill for the duration of their stay at their property. Also, too, I would like to bring up school safety when blasting at North Douglas. There's a new school. I live approximately 1.5 miles from the quarry crossing 78. I have felt a blast when I was off on approximately 2 years ago around Memorial Day. I thought there was an earthquake happening. I said, my goodness, is this an earthquake happening? Then I said, no. I heard the detonation blast for the second cap. I find that hard to believe that if I'm 1.5 miles, that this quarry is going to be less than 1 mile, and when it is extended to the 256 plus acres, I do not know exactly where he wants to develop everywhere, that it's not going to affect North Douglas. Also, too, my foundation going to be able to withstand the blasting from 2 quarries that close in the proximity of my home? My home value, is it going to go down? Also, developments for Ashley Falls neighborhood off of West Strickland. Is that gentleman going to be able to finish developing his neighborhood or sell the homes while this quarry is being started due to the development of stress fractures in the drywall, roofing structures, and windows? Also, too, I'd like to bring up a point. That's an old part of town. There are old water lines and gas lines. What would be the concern for safety or the county's or city's expense to replace those lines? Thank you, and I vote no.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments. Who else would like to speak? Please come forward.
I'll turn this in after I speak. That's okay. My name is Teresa Knowles. I live at 1799 South Flat Rock Road. I've been a resident of Douglas County for well over 33 years. I oppose this development, totally different from anyone else that's spoken tonight. I'm retired from the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, where I traveled the state of Georgia, provided technical assistance to local governments, cities and counties, and never once did they come to me and say, we have an opportunity for a rock quarry. I have a vision for Douglasville and Douglas County that far exceeds a rock quarry. I don't see why this property can't be an Atlantic Station or a Foxhall North. There's no reason for this piece of property to be destroyed to produce 35 jobs. So I oppose it because I have a greater vision for the city and the county than a rock quarry. And I hope you oppose it too. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Ms. Acker, how much time do we have? We have 14 minutes. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Please come forward, sir. Have you filled out the paperwork? Okay. Would you please take one, and we'll allow you to fill it out and hand it in as you leave. That'll be fine. As you leave will be fine, sir. Yes, sir. Just make sure that you please give that to.
Okay, I sure will.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Bigby. I reside at 6784 Cedar Mountain Road. And I do oppose the rock quarry. I have many complaints that I could dish out to the existing rock quarry. I live approximately 2 miles or less from the existing rock quarry, and the new rock quarry will be even closer. I have the problems that most of us that have spoke tonight and the previous night at the other meeting have, cracks in the foundation, shaking, everything that you would think of that could happen with the rock quarry. When I built my house 27 years ago, I did not know that I had granite. And as soon as we broke ground, I found out quickly that I had granite. And so if I wanted my basement, I had to have it blasted out. So that cost quite a bit of money to blast it out. But since then, I hear all the buzzers, the ringers. We feel the big blast. We feel the small blast. We feel it all. Not only will we have to deal with the new rock quarry and the existing rock quarry, I guess they're going to compete to see who could sell the most. I'm not so sure how they would work that out, but we're dealing with other things on our side of town at the same time. We have to deal with the landfill, and we also have to deal with the firing range that the county and the city uses for our protection. So we're having to deal with quite a bit on that side of town. And I would ask, how much is all of the residents, long-term residents, here in Douglas County and the city? I really don't see why it should matter if it's city or county. We all live here in the community, and it will affect us all. And I do agree that most of the people, a lot of the people that stood up in favor of the rock quarry, just how close do they live? Just how close do they live, and how long would they put up with it? I don't think very long. So I ask you to take in consideration of how much the people that lives there, what their value is. We've been here long term. People have been here 100 years, 70 years. I've been here 27 years. I have a family. My family's been in Douglas County close to 100 years, right down on county line. So we had to deal with the rock quarry that was over in Lithia Springs. So I'm very familiar of what happens there.
Your time has expired, Mr. Bigby.
Okay. All right. Well, I just ask you guys to take in consideration, and please vote no.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Who else?
My name is David Knowles. I reside at 1799 South Flat Rock Road. I've been in transportation for 30 years, and I have been into construction for 30 years. Last week, the man told us that's wanting the rock quarry that it wouldn't add not one more truck on the road. That's wrong. If you got 20 trucks coming out of the existing rock quarry, and you can get 20 out of the other rock quarry, you're going to take 40 loads out of both rock quarries. You're not going to split your trucks and only bring 10 and 10. That's not good business. Second of all, I called Douglas County Police. Talked to a lieutenant. He said, from West Strickland Street to the county line, which is right past that machine shop, is a truck zone. From the county line to Cedar Mountain is not on South Flat Rock Road. Those dump trucks, they're not, once the weighmaster gives them their weigh ticket, the rock quarry has no more control over them dump trucks. They'll come out, if they need to go toward Paulding, Cobb, Carroll, they'll come right down South Flat Rock Road. Douglas County Sheriff's Department said, we don't have the resources to stop them. We can't afford to set a man out there to catch these trucks. It's bad enough now we have these big trucks going down through there. They're running these Jake brakes. Why? Who knows? Because you don't need a Jake brake. But they run those Jake brakes down through there, and when you're carrying 15 to 30 tons, you're tearing up the roads too. Douglas Police Department told me they really don't have the resources to stop the Strickland and Cedar Flat Rock Road at that stop sign there. People just keep right on going. They don't have the resources to send an officer to stay out there the whole time trying to stop people and make them use the stop signs. They don't have that. So if we don't have the resources to stop this, then why would we want to add more trucks that's going to jam up Strickland Street trying to cross over that railroad track? Those trucks are heavy, and those trucks are going to tear those roads up. We're going to have to be constantly repaving the roads. And anybody that knows anything about trucks knows that those dump trucks are not the best things in the world to be on the road with, and they're not grade A trucks. You can check it through the DOT records. They have more problems with dump trucks on the roads besides logging trucks than they do any other truck. We need to think about that. These big trucks are gonna be coming out of there. Rock quarry don't have it. Once they get that weighmaster gives the ticket, their responsibility stops. They could care less what happens from that point on. Just need to think about that.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? How much time do we have, Ms. Acker? 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Anyone else like to speak in opposition? We are approaching the end. Okay, Mr. Van Zandt, if you would like to come back, we will allow you to come back as yielded from Mr. Benefield. Please, Mr. Van Zandt, give us new information.
It will. Thank you very much. I've got 5 minutes, and
That is
Mr.
correct.
Hahn, he would like to have the last 2 minutes. Stop me at 5, please. Pretty quick. I know that Mr. Boyd has presented a very elaborate plan for schools. He's community service and so forth and so on. A beautiful entranceway and all of that. But believe me, though, that does not stop the dust, the blasting, the noise, and so forth and so on. It's really just a diversion to get away from the real problem that we are suffering and will suffer for a long, long time. If this project does get approved, it could go. We're in 60 years with what we've got. We could have 100 years with another one, and it could just be devastating. The issue about the 30 to 35 employees and how it would help them. We've got all of our people we got 58 people at least that it's going to hurt, and it's going to be the wrong thing for our quality of life. He mentioned it is a God-given right for them to develop property, but we also have a God-given right to preserve property too. This property, if you haven't been there, it is at elevation like 1,300 feet above sea level. Everything else around is about 1,000 feet. You can go to the top of that mountain, and I've been there many times. You can see Kennesaw Mountain, and that's about 20 to 25 miles away. You can scan the horizon. It's much like going to Stone Mountain, or it could be something like Lookout Mountain. And I know that they have not started rock quarries on Stone Mountain. And this is a natural beauty that could be used just like one of our neighbors has expressed. I would like to say that also back when the property was denied a rock quarry in 2001, and then Mr. Blankenship bought the property in 2002. Mr. Blankenship was well aware of the existing zoning conditions, and I don't think he had an idea of putting a rock quarry there, and I would like for you to remember that. Also, remember what your zoning committee did last Tuesday night by denying that also. So I also would like to agree with Miss Abercrombie about her heritage with the Abercrombie family. I'm very proud also of my heritage with the Van Zandt family. We basically were original owners of land in the 1870s, and as my brother-in-law mentioned, this property that we're standing on tonight was donated by my great-great-grandfather. There's 40 acres of land that was donated. There's a plaque in the hall right here that can remind us always. But so what I'm thinking is I reserve your rights to honor both sides, and we respectfully request that you honor our rights as a citizen for a quality of life that is better than what would be happening if another rock quarry is installed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Zant. Anyone else? Any new information? Not repeat, please. Not repeat, please. Sir, I cannot allow you to speak again.
I know, I just want to add some information.
No, sir, I cannot allow you to speak again. His time was yielded from Mr. Benefield, and you have had 5 minutes. Okay.
I just want to add new information.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this in opposition, please? We have approximately, Ms. Acker? 3 minutes. Anyone would like to speak with new information concerning opposition to this item?
Mike Mitchell. I live at 2935 South Baggett Road, and I've lived by that rock quarry all my life too. And I look behind me, that's my good neighbors back there. I just feel like I need to stand up for our community and our neighbors. The Van Zants, I'm kin to the Baggetts. North Baggett was named after some of our family. But anyway, I just don't think this is a good thing and for our community. You know, a rock quarry is kind of like a landfill. I know you got to have one somewhere, but nobody wants one in their backyard. You can dress them up, you can put pretty trees around them, you can have nice entrances and everything, but it's still a landfill. They cover it over with dirt, but it still stinks. And, you know, rock quarry is a rock quarry. And I know blasting's a lot better than it used to be. My mother's cabinets used to drop down about 1 inch one week when they'd blast, and then go back up the next week. And I know blasting is a lot better than it used to be. And, you know, if that land is so sorry and you can't do nothing else with it, I would propose that we do a splosh or something. And I wouldn't mind paying another penny sales tax, something, turn that into a big old park or something would be nice. I think, you know, but I just think about my neighbors on North Baggett mostly. That's the only reason I'm standing up here in my community. We don't move around a whole lot. We're here for the long haul. A lot of people move around on, but we're here for the long haul, and we don't want to have to put up with this for the rest of our life and our children's life. And I just appreciate if you'd consider voting no for this.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Do we have time? Anyone else like to speak in opposition with new information, new speaker on this item? Last call. Okay, I will close this portion of the public hearing, and now I would, yes ma'am, would you like, yes ma'am?
Yes, sir, I was going to ask, as I did with the people that were in support, so that we can see the ones who did not have an opportunity to speak, if we could have the people that were in opposition to please stand so that the council could see if you would stand at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's almost like parting the sea, one half on the other side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
for
thank
being
you,
gracious.
Madam Mayor. I appreciate that reminder. At this time, I'm going to open the floor for council or mayor to ask questions of any of those that have spoken. And is there a time limit for this portion of it, Ms. Littlefield? I did not think so. So I'll open the floor. Does anyone have a question or comment concerning this application?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. C.
If we could recall Mr. Boyd, I've got some questions for him.
Mr. Boyd, could you come forward, please? You don't have to give your name and address again for the record.
Okay. You're still under oath, though, so no. Couple of questions. I was looking at the concept plan, conceptual master plan, that gives the approximate layout of what you're thinking. For my colleagues up here, that's on page 345.
Thank you, sir.
And I see where you've got the proposed pathway for the road to go up to Doris, and then a buffer next to that. There's a kind of a mustard-colored area that says processing plant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with quarries. Could you explain processing plant?
Sure. That is where the equipment would go. The material would be excavated in the area that you see in orange. That is the initial concept, and then conveyed to that area where it would be
processed, classified into the different sizes, and ultimately loaded onto trucks and or rail.
What is processed? What is that process?
Processing, it's just processed from its state of shot rock into a sellable material.
So like grinding it or smashing
it's
it more?
crushing, screening, washing, and
what kind of noise is associated with that processing?
Well, it depends on the type of equipment that you use. We talked a little bit about the noise abatement technology. Depending on whether or not you're using a polyurethane screen mesh on the classifiers, these are vibrating classifiers, or metal, it makes a much different sound, a much different level of sound. So as it pertains to noise abatement, if deemed necessary, if it turned out the ultimate plan showed a processing plant that we determined may have noise pollution possibilities for a neighbor, we may choose to go with the urethane. It's less efficient, it's a little more costly, but it is an option.
Because I'm noticing we've moved, or you have moved the pit further away from those homes on North Baggett, but then we've got this potential noise creation area as well. And then right below that is where you'd have the truck loading. And it's very small print. I'm going to have to zoom in.
Yeah, I apologize for that. The
rail
the regular map's about
transportation.
this
So
big.
if you do get a spur, it would go into there. And of course,
That's correct.
everybody who's on North Baggett already knows what noise comes from the train. Even though there's a curve there and it has to slow down, you get vibrations and noise from that too. I've lived near train tracks also. I understand that. Okay, and then the other question I have is, how would these trucks get from the property across the railroad tracks to wherever they're headed?
The trucks would come out onto West Strickland, continue along West Strickland, and cross at that first railroad crossing.
And is there any limitations on trucks at that crossing?
There is not. There's warning signs that you could high bottom. That's mostly for the types of trucks that carry equipment. They call them lowboys. But dump trucks, dump trailers will not have issue. I know there was a survey done, and we had to correct some things before the meeting today. I went out there myself and watched dump truck after dump truck after dump truck from the WSA cross in and out at that crossing, including R&L carrier trucks, UPS trucks, and others.
Okay, and then once they're on Bankhead Highway, where to then?
It really depends on the destination. They're going to take the most logical, efficient truck route possible to take that stone to the job. Stone is very freight sensitive. I mean, there's not a whole lot of other stuff that you can buy 2,000 pounds of for $12, $15. And so, as such, it's critical that that transportation piece be efficient. But that's determined by what are the legal truck routes that they can take. It is very likely that most of those trucks will go to 5 and down or post road and down. It just really depends on the job. It is not going to change. Can I address, it's a transportation question issue that was raised about, are there going to be more trucks? An
Mr.
additional.
Siegel, pardon me, Mr. Boyd. Mr. Siegel, is this something that you need answered as a part of your question?
I apologize,
You digress otherwise.
Yes.
Yes, he'd like to hear your answer.
Okay, adding an additional site does not create demand. If you take a McDonald's and you build it here, and you come build another McDonald's right next to it, you're not going to sell twice the Big Macs. You're going to sell the same amount of Big Macs separated between 2 stores, okay? And that is the same situation here. The difference is this is a different business model. There's another market that can be tapped into that is via rail, that keeps trucks off of the roads and does add additional sales revenue, tax revenue to the area. Additionally, and I just got the concept today back from Norfolk Southern, if we are going to put that in, what they are saying is they'd like to straighten out the S curve that's right there at North Baggett, and they'd like to see an underpass right there. So the question of being trapped inside of that North Baggett circle goes away because you're then going under the train and there is no obstruction if it stops. So there is a solution there and it is something that will be required if we bring the rail in.
So if we do, for some reason, say the market gets real hot for the product and we end up with more trucks, I'm concerned about Highway 5 at I-20, which already is a mess for any of us who drive through there. And if we have all the additional gravel trucks going through there, we're really going to be
Well, I
hurting.
propose that those trucks, regardless of whether or not this site is put in, are still going to come here. They're going to go to Bluegrass.
Right.
Bluegrass is not near at capacity. It has the ability, just like any other plant in the state, to add shifts and do things to, double their capacity if they wanted to. But again, this is sort of attacking a different customer base and a slightly different business model.
And then one last thing, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that you're seeing no increase in demand. Whatever demand you're picking up is coming from Bluegrass, so it's a zero-sum game, which would seem to me to indicate that any sales tax generated from your operation would be a reduction of sales tax revenue coming from Bluegrass, so we're really not increasing sales tax.
Well, with the exception of the rail sales, which we would work hard to be in production, in sales via rail as quickly as possible, it's probably a 2 to 3 year endeavor. That's how long it takes to build spurs and put that infrastructure in, and it's costly. But ultimately, that's the target. And that will bring in, in my best estimate, between 350 to 500,000 tons of additional sales into this county that will go in, or that will go out by rail.
Goes out by rail outside of the state, then there's no sales tax on there, is there?
Actually, most of that will be a finished product when it hits the train because it's railroad ballast, which means it's taxable there.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other questions of council?
Yes, Chairman Adams.
Yes.
Hi,
Ms.
Mr.
Danley.
Boyd. Thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions that I have. How long do you intend to mine at this quarry?
I would intend to mine there as long as the reserves would allow. So there is a process, post-zoning, post-special land use, that I mentioned, that is the obtaining of a mining permit from the Environmental Protection Division. So depending on any restrictions that are put in place, buffers, environmental concerns with setbacks to protect those areas, if any are found, really sort of changes the geometry of the extraction area, which changes the reserve position. So in our initial drilled survey, pulled cores from the ground, we have proven right at 60 million tons of material. But again, it all depends on the sales projection, how quickly that material moves. But it's my estimation that it will be in excess of 50 years and could potentially extend beyond that.
Also, what is the economic value of the rocks that you propose in the quarry at today's prices?
Again, it depends on the segment you're selling into, the type of material. There's multiple types. It depends on the inventory of that material, not only on your site, but your competitor site. So you will see some competitive pressures as a result. But on average, you're looking at about $14, $15 per ton of material.
Okay, and my last question is, which nearby cities and towns would most likely want to buy these quarry products?
Other cities and towns that would use them? Well, anybody that is engaged in any kind of construction. If you're building a sidewalk, a road, a new courthouse, a library, a home, there's going to be stone in it. Anecdotally, every lane mile of road consumes 85,000 tons of material if it's being constructed new. So you can relate that to a sidewalk or the foundation of a home or a driveway. If it's got ready mix, asphalt, raw material, a septic tank, sewer system, it's all got a lot of construction aggregate in it.
One last question. I did hear from the residents, some of the residents stated that you know, there was information that they do not have as it relates to environmental studies or things of that nature. With the other quarries that you have been involved with, how often do you communicate with the neighbors in that area in regards to blasting or any updates? How often do you communicate with the residents? And if so, how do you do that?
It varies, and it depends on what the community wants to see. So Friendship, which was an acquisition from Lafarge, Vulcan made that acquisition. It's up in the northeastern urban area. They hold a monthly community meeting. Everybody's invited to come in. The plant manager's there. When I was an area manager and regional manager for the company, I attended most of those. And it's a Q&A, a chance for them to ask questions, lodge concerns, and, you know, talk about a resolution. But other places, depending on how remote they are, again, there's a lot that are extremely rural and some that are extremely
Urban?
Urban, yes, thank you. But it just depends on what the community wants.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you, Chairman Adams.
I have a question, a couple of questions. You made the comment that one blast per week, possibly. Is that normal? Is that common?
That's pretty common. And when I say one blast per week, that's kind of out in the distance once this site is up to full swing. You can pull shots, you know, between 10,000 and 40,000 tons at a time. So you can actually cater that process, the volume that you take down at a time without really sacrificing additional issues with vibration or anything else, and just cater the shot to the site. So yes, the answer is that is very likely what will happen for the foreseeable future, one shot per week.
And kind of going on Miss Danley here, her comments about scheduling, is there any way that the neighbors could know of the schedule? I mean, can that be done so that they're aware of when the blasting is going to happen?
That happens all the time. It can happen by different processes. So we, in my time at the other company, set up text messages to where it would just go out automatically, 5, 10, 15 minutes, however much time they wanted notification prior to the blast. It can be a phone call, and it's something that happens until they say, hey, listen, I'm good, I don't need a call anymore, or it just continues in perpetuity. But that is not uncommon at all.
And my last question, you had made comment about, you know, we were talking about traffic, and I believe there's a cement facility just nearby this area, and they also bring in trucks. Their trucks come in with sand, doing just the opposite of what they come in with sand, and you're going to be coming out with gravel or granite. Is there any, I think you made also a comment about them possibly using the trains to bring in the sand, which would eliminate a lot of the trucks coming in with the sand. So
that is correct. So currently, the natural sand, which is sand that is dredged from rivers or strip mined in different areas, a lot of that material is used in ready-mix concrete. And currently, this market is served by trucks that come out of South Georgia and truck it up, dump it on that site, and go do it again. One of the markets that we are targeting with this site, in order to best utilize that rail, is to go out with construction aggregate and come back in with natural sand. And that takes those trucks that are up and down the roads between here and South Georgia off the road, and brings that sand closer to its ultimate destination. So less truck miles on the road, less diesel burned as a result. Railroad transportation is exponentially more efficient than trucking. So it's kind of a win-win, and it better utilizes the rail system that we would intend to put in.
Just one last thing. I know that the new administration that's coming on after January 20th has made a comment about they want to do huge infrastructure projects. Then it appears that this could be used for all those huge projects that they're discussing?
Absolutely. You know, not only with the passing of the FAST Act, the new Federal Transportation Act, but with Georgia getting things straightened out here and putting another $1 billion a year in transportation spending, you're going to see some big projects, some big traffic alleviation projects, some things like 5 getting a facelift to alleviate traffic for the folks here in Douglasville. I noticed that, you know, Chapel Hill was kind of under that same sort of, when you look at where the congestion areas are on y'all's future land use map, you've got several corridors that are stopped up. And this is the material, this is the business, this is where it starts when you get ready to fix it. And to have competition, keeping prices low, it means less tax dollars being spent to fix the problem. And it means a long-term source of material to go to source the stone for those projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yaki. Coach?
Mr. Boyd, the impact of the no truck zone, I guess, was described that way. And one of the folks mentioned that once a truck basically leaves the plant, those trucks go anywhere they want. So how much jurisdiction do y'all have over those trucks? And if they're going to travel, because it was pointed out, one of their points was that the sheriff's department and the police departments has told him that there's not enough folks to monitor that. So I'm just wondering about that concern, more traffic on some of those roads that's not supposed to be truck traffic.
Yes, sir. I was kind of confused by that because it's not actually typically the sheriff's department or the city police that take care of that. It's the Georgia State Transportation Division. You'll see their vehicles with tractor trailers pulled over on interstates. I guarantee if you call them, if you're having problems, trucks are where they're not supposed to be, they'll come, because that generates fines and that pays the bills for those folks. So as far as South Flat Rock, if it's a no truck zone, it's a no truck zone. There's others out there that won't be used either. But at the end of the day, there's enforcement out there. Okay. There's folks that can come out and do that, and if there's a problem, you got to call the right people. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, sir. I was wondering, I heard the term when I watched the video from the meeting a week ago, startup blasting, which y'all would be doing, startup blasting. How does that compare to maybe the type of blasting that's occurring right now, bluegrass, that's been in place since 1967? The impact of, is it similar, the same, no difference?
Typically, as you remove what is termed overburden, the undesirable, the dirt, the clay off of the top, which there's not a lot on this property. As you remove that, in some instances, you have to come in and shoot small layers of that off to get down to what is good, competent, Class A material. And so typically it means smaller holes, it means smaller shots, just to get everything cleaned up. And then you would move almost immediately toward the regular production blasting. So to answer your question, that initial blasting is usually less impactful. It's something that typically has less what they call a powder factor, less powder per ton of rock being shot, and typically doesn't cause, at least to the same extent, the same issues as if you were shooting a bigger shot.
Okay. And I guess my last question would be the spur, the railroad spur, Norfolk. One of the folks that was against your project mentioned the spur and the backup that might occur with a train that's pulled off there. So I don't understand that at all. So what potentially could that be a problem?
No, it won't, and I'll tell you why. That is a main line. Norfolk Southern recognizes that as a main corridor for them, and a condition of putting a spur in is that it be long enough and go into that property far enough that they can completely clear the track. So,
what about the roads that they said that would be impacted by a train on this side track?
Well, again, it's not gonna stop. That's one of the conditions of them saying, we will allow you to put this spur in. They're saying, you've got to be able to clear the complete track. Now, as far as them straightening out, if you look at your map, on the western side, right there at North Baggett where it crosses, back up into the southwestern corner of this property, and you'll see where the train track does sort of an S-turn. They want to straighten that out for efficiency on their side of the business. And as a result, what it's going to do is allow, because of where it's moved to, the terrain to be used to create an underpass, which could be connected to North Baggett and connected into this site potentially, and eliminate having to cross the railroad tracks altogether.
Who pays for that underpass?
That's something to be determined. I just got the concept today from Norfolk Southern, but it'll either be us or Norfolk Southern.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
What about you, Mr. Miller?
I've got a few questions. We've talked a lot about economics. We've heard a lot about economics, and obviously you wouldn't be here if it wasn't economically feasible for you. We've talked about economics to the city, but there's a lot of intangibles out there. Dust, cracked foundations, a whole host of issues. You've mentioned the EPD, that's the state agency.
Correct.
Now, is that where folks who have issues go to voice complaints? You said earlier that there has been one in 12 or 13 years, if I recall correctly. Is that the only place that can be complaints for bluegrass to be lodged? If
you want it to impact them or whoever, us, them, whoever the operator is, that is the folks that issued the permit, and that, maintaining that quality air, that quality water is a condition of that permit. So absolutely. And should they find that there's an issue, they issue what's called an NOV, a notice of violation. And after being investigated, if they find that there was negative or detrimental impacts to neighbors or the environment, there are large fines attached to that and the threat of losing your permit.
And you said there was one complaint in how many years? I'm sorry.
There was one 12 and a half years ago that they investigated, came out and did a check 1 week later, and no NOV was issued because they found the site to be in compliance.
Tonight, what concerns me is tonight we've heard many complaints about dust and cracked foundations and rumbling and things of that nature. I just don't. I don't see a correlation of these folks not lodged complaints with the EPD, or
I really can't answer that, but what I know is that I've owned houses that were 30 miles from a rock quarry, and I own one currently that's 2 miles from a rock quarry in Kennesaw, and I had cracks in both of those foundations. It's called settling. It happens. I'm not saying that none of these have happened from blasting, but I'm telling you what I'm trying to say is that it happens everywhere.
I've also been tracking this because I am concerned about the folks that have these intangible issues. I've been paying attention. There was a post posted on Facebook a couple of days ago, and I've been paying attention to that. One person on there actually said 12 years ago or so many years ago, he actually felt the vibrations from the, I guess it's called the bluegrass, and now he just stated he simply doesn't feel that anymore. And I don't know how far away he lived or anything. I suppose he lives in the downtown area, which is my ward, and that's what I'm really concerned about, as well as other folks in the county and city. But how does that happen? Is that just if they stop blasting there?
Very
to
likely
a different type of blasting. If they, have they started out clear blasting that creates more noise and dirt and dust and stuff, and then change? Can you explain that to me?
Sometimes it can be proximity, but hearing the timeline, it is more likely that is a benefit from the advancements in the blasting technology that I described to the zoning board during that hearing. And effectively, the advancements are essentially that we had, I can't remember, I think it was Mr. Shipley talked a little bit about it, but you don't get what you call cap scatter. So you do drill a series of holes. You put blasting agent in there along with the detonator, and you time it. And the intent is to shoot one hole at a time, parted by milliseconds. Well, the non-electric caps have basically gunpowder that they say, okay, this is going to burn at this pace, and therefore this is the timing that I'm hooking in. Today, they now use an electronic cap that has a computer chip or a microchip in each of the detonators. So once the shot is loaded, those chips all talk back. They say, okay, we're ready, we're all live. And when they shoot it, it is shot with great, great precision. So you don't have this, less technical method that caused, holes to start doubling up. What you have now is something that is very technical that ensures what you have is a single hole detonation at a time to minimize air overpressure and especially vibration. And it helps to control frequencies and other things that can cause issues. But again, all of that is monitored with seismographs and reported, can be made available to the city every shot, can be made available to the residents every shot. There's no secrets there.
Okay, so essentially that could have basically it went away from what this guy said. That's
my guess.
Okay.
My guess is that they started using a different technique. It was less impactful as a result of reduced vibration, and improved frequencies.
You used a word earlier I didn't really understand. I think I know what it means, but reclamation?
Correct.
I was thinking it had something to do with water, but please tell me what that means.
That is simply how it is the plan that is put in place to reclaim or repair the property once the mining is done.
So I was wrong.
Well,
thanks.
You were. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But no, Mr. Ye alluded to the Bellwood issue that was brought up at Planning and Zoning. That is not a reclamation plan. The city came to the Vulcan Materials Company, who was still operating that site, paid them a lot of money to leave early, and chose to spend that $300 million to turn it into a park and to bore additional tunnels in that pit to increase the capacity of that pit to hold water for stormwater overflow, that sort of thing. But as a condition of the permit, once we go to EPD, make that application, the reclamation plan has to be submitted and approved, and bonds put in place on that property to ensure that it happens.
One follow-up that I had regarding the EPD issue, it was stated that there was a quarry put in and certain things happened and the EPD came in and I'm kind of paraphrasing one of the concerns. The company went bankrupt and then there was no real restitution or...
You talking about the comments that were made here?
Yeah, just earlier tonight.
So it never really was quite a business. And I don't think, I know they built a building that is now Bud's Ben's with the intent of using that for their shop. But never having gotten the permit to operate the quarry, I didn't realize there was any activity on the property. I did hear that there were issues that were raised about the pond there at the church camp. And if you'll take a look on your master conceptual plan, you'll see where there's kind of a semicircle at that northeastern corner. That is where we're conceding to additional buffer to stay away from that area, that pond, to ensure that there are no issues. Again, all of the sediment and erosion control measures that are in place are part of the EPD permit. So if water drains, stormwater, processed water drains a certain way, they're going to require that we contain it, that we measure it, test it before any of it's released.
My last statement is kind of more of a statement than a question. I'm familiar with the property. I used to hunt out there 10, 12 years ago, and I'm familiar with the rock. It's weird. It's kind of like it's kind of like a graveyard out there, because you go out and all this pipe has been laid out there. Some of it's semi in the ground, some of it's just laying on the ground, and it's just weird. You don't really see that ever. And my understanding is that there was a company that wanted to put residential housing out there, and they went bankrupt just by trying to put the sewer in.
That's correct. I looked at this property 10 years ago, and it was just after they had made that attempt to put a sewer line on the north side of the power line that you'll see on your map, and it was rock all the way. So I guess that sort of addresses the comment that was made by one of the residents here about, turning that into a foxhole or something like it. You're not going to get a developer to go out there. There's between 2 inches and 4 feet of dirt to work with, and it goes straight to solid rock.
I don't mean to belabor this. I got one more, and it's really not for you. I noticed that this is completely surrounded by heavy industrial. This is really a question for one of the staff that's familiar with that. What type of uses could be used on the heavy industrial under our code?
Can I answer that for you? Because I looked. Oh, I'm sorry.
To staff or to Mr. Boyd?
I actually directed it to, I mean, I believe you, Mr. Boyd, but I mean, sometimes I want to go outside the box. Michelle, is that a tough question? Is that something that, sure it's a longer question, but there are lots of concerns about what could go in there with this quarry, but I used to do a little land use law, and I'm kind of concerned about what can go there already and create problems.
Okay. Meat products, millwork, plywood, cabinetry. There's some uses that you can do with a special land use permit, paper and allied products. Let's see, petroleum.
Is that under the light industrial, or is this?
This is heavy industrial.
Heavy, okay.
Petroleum-related industries.
You give me an
asphalt paving and rooting materials. Let's see, primary metal industries, printing and publishing. This is rubber and plastic products, special land use permit, reconstituted wood products, special land use permit, sawmills and planing mills, special land use permit, stone, clay, glass, and concrete products, sugar and confection products, textile mills, tobacco products, toilet preparation, manufacturing, transportation equipment, wood buildings and manufactured homes, wood containers, wood preservation under special land use permit, wood products, miscellaneous under special land use permit. Those are some of the types of uses. You want me to continue?
No, that gives me a good indication of what, my concern is the zoning is already there for some of these things to go in. I think a rubber plant probably may not smell too good. I think there's my concerns are what we've already got zoned there. It could actually be worse than what's proposed. So that's my last question. So thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I should have asked you about that earlier.
Okay. Other questions? Madam Mayor, I believe.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you on how you have handled this meeting and commend the community for coming out. Thank you all so much for your time and your interest. And I hope that you see from the questions that the council have posed to Mr. Boyd and raised some of your issues that we are not frivolously going through this issue and making a rash and rushed decision, that we really are concerned about it. So two of my comments or statements or questions, however they come out, are really based on quality of life and property rights for someone who owns their property and what they propose for that, but knowing how that impacts the community. So Bluegrass and Vulcan, you talked about the technology, and the quality of life issues are the inconvenience that the residents feel in North Bagot in that area with dust, buzzers, noise, vibrations, all of those inconvenient things. So I know that you said that your proposed project would be a different model, a different business model, and so this is rudimentary and very simplistic. I'm just going to use this example. I have 3 children, and they always want new technology, and phones go out of style and come back in. So is Bluegrass, do they not use the same technology? Why would your technology be different and the community not be impacted by the same issues that they're impacted with now, as someone will not be able to go out to their front yard or their furniture outside and have to wipe off every 3 days? How is your project, how would that differ from what currently is there?
Unfortunately, I can't speak to what Bluegrass does. I've never been a part of that organization.
Okay.
But again, you know, what I said is we want to stay on the leading edge of technology. And if that's noise abatement through screen media, I've heard the beepers mentioned a couple times, the classic sort of beep, beep, beep backup alarms. They make different backup alarms now that make more of a kind of a shishing sound that has been proven not to carry near the distance, because those alarms are for somebody or something that is immediately behind that equipment as it's backing up. So it's really only necessary for it to be heard for 30 feet, not 3,000. So we would intend to use that kind of technology. There's noise dampening technology. A considerable amount of the noise that is generated at one of these sites is when that material is moving through the plant, hitting a transfer point, a metal box, or a bin that's built out of metal. There's noise dampening technology there that we would intend to use. It's a polyethylene, polyurethane, rubber materials. There's lots of choices. So it's all about designing it into the plant to ensure that you're doing the right things. And with regard to dust, you know, it's just a matter of going above and beyond, installing permanent sprays along the travelways where the trucks are going to be to ensure that it's always wet, not just when the water truck comes by. Installing, you know, kind of state-of-the-art spray heads that atomizes the water better and captures dust at transfer points and on conveyors and on crushers. You know, there's hundreds of things that we can talk about that are maybe slightly more costly, but make a lot of sense when you're trying to, you know, maintain the quality of life of your neighbors.
Okay, now the vibrations that were talked about and how it would impact, we're talking about potential folks, and of course we don't want to impede any economic development that comes to the community. City or county is just going to make it less of an impact on residents to provide all the tax base. But those 28 jobs of a current facility, how would you mitigate some of that vibration so that it would not throw off their machine that's very vital to their business, and how that would affect other businesses?
I'll have to study that. I'm glad to you know, talk with them, figure out kind of what those issues are, what the tolerances are. Get with the folks, the third parties that do the blasting. That's what they do. It's all they do, and come up with a good plan to mitigate any potential problems.
Okay. And then the last thing, I talked about property owner rights, and of course we want to be respectful of that. Mr. Yaki here was with Bank of America for many years, and they had a takeover. So does it have to be that property, since there are of the 7-mile radius and there are 3 or 4 or how many rock quarries? You couldn't just take over. You couldn't take over Bluegrass and Vulcan and implement this new business model that's the new shiny cell phone and pad and all of that, and change all of that?
I guess that's always a possibility, but the you know, Vulcan and Bluegrass would have to be willing participants.
Or you can take them by force. No,
yeah,
just kidding.
Yeah. But, you know, to that point, you know, quarries that end up concentrated in a certain area, unfortunately, the stone can't come to the quarry has to go to the stone.
Okay.
This is where there's a very good quality deposit of material. Just north of here, Paulding County, Old Castle, Martin Marietta share a property line, 2 quarries. It's because the stone is good there. Go to Lithonia, there's 4 or 5 quarries within about 2 miles right there. The stone's good. It's right at the surface. The cost of extracting it is low. Go to Macon. It's at the end of the fall line. There's 5 quarries down there that do between 2 and 5 million tons a year.
Okay.
They're very proximal. It's just, it all depends on where the good quality material is.
Okay, and lastly, Mr. Chairman, this is it. It's just a statement for the community and the public to know that we have received several studies. We have development, regional impact reviews from ARC. We have information from Greta. We do have, and that was given recently, November 21st. So we have impact studies. We're not just taking information that Mr. Boyd or someone else has provided this. Locally, we've looked out in a regional impact. And so that, for your information, we're considering all the variables. We're not just looking at what we think is, you know, right here in the community. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you all and all of your time, too.
I just have one more question. And that question is, you had made a comment that, you know, the dirt above the granite, it could be a foot, could be 4 feet. What is the plans for that dirt? Because that's going to be a lot of dirt that you're going to have to uncover the granite with.
Yep. It's actually relatively little dirt when you compare it to other sites, but typically that dirt will be used to develop the plant site, level things up. If there's excess dirt, it's used to build berms for additional noise abatement in addition to the undisturbed portions that are left. It's used to build the ingress, egress, the transportation travelways back into the property and out. It is often depending on the demand, sold. It can be sold, marketed. If there's a need for fill on a transportation job or something like that.
Sorry, just one more question.
Mr. Yaki, you'll have one more question.
This is it. This is it.
Okay. How far off of the road, okay, will the actual site be located?
Depends on the road. If we're talking about 78, between the railroad tracks, the railroad right-of-way, and our intended buffer from that road, 800, 900 feet maybe. It depends on how wide that angle is, where those other properties sit, but our intent is to leave a sufficient buffer on that south side. As far as where West Strickland will meet it, where it meets the property line, 700, 800 feet. You can see that as it relates to South Flat Rock, we're leaving a significant buffer over there again. One, you know, as a recognition of the other businesses that are close, you know, some residential up in that corner, you know, pulling that back, it'll be from that road, probably 800 to 1,200 feet. I'd have to scale it, but it's significant.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the essence of time, first of all, let me thank each of you, the applicant, those that are here that have spoken support, and those that are here that have spoken opposition. I really want to commend you as to how the meeting has been conducted, and I appreciate your patience, I appreciate your cooperation, I appreciate your respect for one another. That concludes this item. We will be back on Monday night for further discussion and another public hearing, which we're required to do, and then potentially a vote on the project for either approval, denial, table, and that, of course, will be a decision of this council. I'm going to give you all that may be ready to leave a moment to leave, in that we still have other business to attend to. I still have a part of a committee, another public hearing to hold, so I'll give you all a moment. If you would like to leave, we'll stop for a moment. And again, I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Well, you have to understand
But he
whether
wants
it's
us to
his
change
meeting
the
or
land use plan so that it will allow this.
It's not easy. Microphone to do it.
I guess they don't want to hear. They have the agenda. They want to stay.
Okay. We will move on. Item H, the last item in this committee. And our council has informed me that this is not something that requires a public hearing. So I will read it then to say we will consider a request for an amendment to the City of Douglasville's future land use plan from light industrial to heavy industrial on 45.55 acres, plus or minus, at parcel number 101900250009, located land lot 190, District 2, Section 5, Parcel 9. Application was made by Bart L. Boyd. We will be discussing this again on Monday. Are there anyone that wants to make any presentation or anyone that needs to speak about this item at this moment? Council, Madam Mayor, any questions? I would assume that this would have to be done in order to bring the land use plan into compliance with what he is requesting in zoning. Would you help us with that, Ms. Wright?
Yes, Michelle Wright, Planning Director. Whenever we have a future land use plan, and whenever it differs when you're doing a rezoning, what we do is at the same time we would present a new future land use plan use to bring it in compliance with the future land use plan.
So the plan would then, after that change, reflect what the use of the property is, if zoned?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Any question or comment there, staff or council, any other?
So this has to be done for the other to be done?
This has to be done, I would assume, after the other's done, if in fact it were zoned.
You wouldn't do that unless you
That is correct.
approve the
Yeah.
preceding item about the special land.
That is correct.
Yes. It would be last, so if we're doing a zoning approval, then you would do that, but if you're not doing, if you're not changing the zone, then you would not need to do it.
Then there would not be any reason to go forward, and there would be no action taken on that item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Any other comment? Okay. Having none, then that's all that I have under that committee, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your patience.
Are you sure you don't have anything? Okay,
I
thank
am
you.
done.
And me too. Parks and Recreation Committee, that's chaired by Councilman Chris Watts.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to say that tonight there is no business under Parks and Recreation.
Thank the Lord.
Sir. Item 9, Finance Committee, that's chaired by Councilman Larry Yockey.
Yes, I have one item. Authorize the mayor to sign a designation of dissemination agent agreement with Raymond James and Associates Incorporated to assist the city in with continuing disclosure obligations relating to the city's 2016 general obligation bonds. Now, would you explain what I just read?
Karen Callan, Finance Director, 6695 Church Street, Douglasville, Georgia, 30134. This is simply our agreement with Raymond James for continuing disclosure. We've actually been doing this for the past 3 or 4 years, and it's reporting financial information. It's reported in a report repository called Emma, and it's for the bondholders to look at to see what our financial condition is after the bonds are issued.
Perfect.
So it's not to exceed $4,500. And Susan Littlefield has looked over the contract.
All right. Any reason why we can't put that on the consent agenda? Okay. Very good. That's all I have. Thank you. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Information and Technology Committee, that's chaired by Councilman Richard Siegel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one item. That is to authorize the mayor to sign a fourth amendment to the lease agreement with T-Mobile South LLC, revising the parties' communications tower lease agreement of July 10th, 1997, to revise the equipment list and to increase the monthly rental paid by that company to the city by $200 a month. And I believe Mr. Grizzle's going to walk us through this. Your name and address for the record, please.
James Grizzle, 6695 Church Street, Douglasville, Georgia. Good evening. This is an agreement with T-Mobile to add to our tower equipment upgrades. They'll be replacing antennas and other related equipment, and in part of the agreement, we are increasing their rental by $200 per month with a new total of $1,800.
Question. How close is this tower to the current quarry? Okay, never mind. I withdraw the question. Any comments or questions from mayor or council? If not, then if there's no objection, I'd like to put this on the consent agenda for Monday.
Sounds good.
That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
The answer to the question, a stone throw.
That's all we needed. We'll move on to item 11, which is Maintenance and Sanitation Committee. That's chaired by Councilman Mike Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no business tonight.
Thank you, sir. Transportation Committee. That's chaired by Councilman or Councilwoman LaShawn Berdanley.
No items. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Personnel and Organization Committee. That's chaired by Councilman Mike Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 4 items tonight. We have A, adopt a resolution approving a revised job description for executive assistant and approving 1 job slot for the position in the police department, approving a revised job description for lieutenant, and approving 1 job slot for this position in the police department, deleting 1 job slot for sergeant, and approving a revised job description for the position in the police department, and approving a new organizational chart for the police department. We have Deputy Chief and Chief prepared to discuss that with us.
Good evening. I'm Sue Ann Shaw, Douglasville Police Department, 2083 Fairburn Road. We would like to propose to add an executive assistant position underneath the chief's office to assist us with administrative duties in the police department, and we would also like to reorganize the support services division by abolishing a code enforcement sergeant position and creating a support services lieutenant position.
Okay, thank you very much. And we discussed this in committee. Are there any further questions or concerns? As such, I would ask the council to approve this for the consent agenda for Monday night.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor Council.
Welcome.
Letter B, adopt a resolution approving the new job description for financial analyst and approving 1 job slot for this position in the finance department, deleting 1 job slot for receptionist in the finance department, and adopting new organizational chart for the finance department. We have the city manager.
Thank you. And I had to stand up. That was a long time sitting down. One, I do, Councilman Miller, you said thank you earlier in committee meetings. I actually would like to thank you and the members of council allowing staff to do some reorganization to help us, not only with current issues, but what we see will be future things that we have to tackle. So we do appreciate your willingness to work with us to be able to allow for some staff support. So thank you. This item that you read for item B in the finance department, if you go to page 635 of your packet, yes, 635. That's actually the job description for a financial analyst position. What this position will do will allow us to help to manage the financial portion of the SPLOS program. So we would like to get this position created with the ability to recruit after the first of the year while we look to work through the SPLOS program. With this resolution, we are also deleting 1 job slot within the finance department, what will help to go to help fund this position, partly because, as many of you know, when you go to the front desk, the receptionist is doing double duty. She's actually working in the finance department as well as doing receptionist duties, and we would like to separate those and have the receptionist just focus on customer service, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. This resolution would allow for that. And if you go to page 637, you will see the chart, the new organizational chart that's there, as well as the resolution that will allow for the creation of that position.
Any further questions? This is another issue or item that we've addressed in committee meetings. Any questions or concerns, comments? Hearing that, I would also like to propose that we place this on the consent agenda for Monday night. Okay. Moving on to letter C, Adopt a resolution approving a job description for each of the positions of court services administrator, graduate fellow, and operations manager, approving a revised job description for a receptionist, approving one job slot for each of the 4 positions in the administration department, deleting one job slot for operations coordinator, and adopting a new organizational chart for the administration department.
Yes, sir.
City Manager?
And all of these positions would report to within the city manager's department. If you look at page 641, there's a memo there describing what's taking place as it relates to the court services administrator. That's what you all requested that we look to do, which was separate out the courts division as from PD. So that court administrator would be an appointed position that would be appointed by, recommended by the mayor, appointed by mayor and council. They would be a department director reporting to the city manager. The graduate fellow is a temporary role that's here at the city. I think that almost every department has seen the benefit of us participating in that program. We would like to permanently create that position, which will allow for us to fill it when the funding is available. We have Aaron Sarowitz, who's with us. He will be with us for another year, so that will allow him to stay with us. So, and I think that he'll be happy to be able to do that. Operations manager, if you go to page
649.
641 of your packet, yes, 649, yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, of your packet, you will see operations manager. Since Chelsea Jackson has been with us, her position originally started out as the operations coordinator, but we have created and added several things to her job function, which includes serving as the liaison for our city development authority with our county development authority. She's our main point of contact for the film industry. She also drafts and revises and advises on several different ordinance changes that we have. She is a person who's in contact with, or I should say, the spearheads our Citizens Academy, and the duty of receptionist and customer service for City Hall will be her responsibility, as well as the graduate fellow. So that position, I believe, is deserving of a management role, and when you look at the minimum requirements, those are requirements that she currently possesses, and I think that that will help beef up our operations, specifically as it relates to customer service and help within the administration department. The receptionist would now fall under the city manager's office, again, for us to focus heavily on customer service. The cost for all of these changes, one, for the operations manager position, the development authority typically and historically has always funded the staff support for that role. So any cost and increase in her salary would come directly from the city development authority. As far as the receptionist position, we have a temporary role within city government that has been vacated. That young lady actually applied for a permanent position and received that permanent position. So we would use those funds in order to help to cover the cost of the receptionist, because we're not necessarily losing the receptionist. She will still be here. So with those monies, we will be able to do that without having to ask for more money. It would just be a budget amendment and moving money around internally within the department.
Questions? I believe we've discussed this as well. And as such, I would propose that this be placed on the consent agenda for Monday night. Okay. We have one final item. That is D, adopt a resolution reclassifying the positions of accounting manager, city clerk, communications director, human resources director, and information technology director, and adopting an amended pay schedule for the city of Douglasville effective December 27th, 2016.
And this final item actually does some clarification. I do have a memo included in your packet as well that's on page 658 that talks about historically why some of these positions were placed where they were. Now that we have a courts administrator coming on board serving as a department director, I believe it's beneficial that all of your senior level staff operate and function within the same pay grade, which is no lower than a job grade 73. When we originally did this, some of this was based upon the size of the department, which is not necessarily how we should focus. It should be more along the lines of your senior leadership, your middle level management, and then those support staff who serve those. That was not originally done. So the positions of city clerk, the positions of communications director, and the positions of IT director were actually placed where some of your middle level managers were, so they were not appropriately placed on the scale. The accounting manager was also one that was not appropriately placed. So with this change, your senior level managers will all be placed above those division directors and those middle level managers and appropriately placed on the pay scale. And you can see that change on page 661. The total cost for this move with the reclassification is $7,400. I have instructed each of those affected managers to find that money internally within their departments, and they have all been able to do that, and Ms. Callen will do that via a budget amendment with the transfer as well.
Okay, Marsh, I believe Councilman Adams has a question.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Hampton, I'm just concerned, this is the first that I've really paid any attention to this tonight.
Yes, sir.
So my question is going to be, was this not something that we had already addressed as far as pay classification in the wage and salary classification study that was done? And were those adjustments not just completed? And are we now going back and readjusting again to the same?
When we originally did the pay and classification study, Evergreen Solutions presented presented the city manager at the time with a list of, if you remember, one of the main focuses was getting most of the senior level staff from hourly to salary. So that was one of the main primary focuses. When Mr. Osborne looked at the senior level departments, for instance, communications and IT, they weren't senior level department directors. At the time, they reported to the development services director, which that position no longer exists. That they, at the time, technically were middle level managers. Currently, they are not middle level managers. So if you look at where they were placed or recommended to be placed originally, it probably would have made some sense. Those departments do not function in that manner. They are senior level managers along with the others. The city clerk's department at the time was just one individual, which of course at the time would have been Ms. Joy Stone. Now that department is more expansive, including what the clerk's office does, including actually helping to support one other person. So the recommendation for me, not that Evergreen was wrong, it's just that based on the information that they had at the time, where we were organizationally, it would have made sense, but today it does not.
Well, I guess to play devil's advocate, if I could just ask another question, then what if this change is made, what then does that lead to with the other department heads and the other upper management? I mean, we're going to have a circle to where we just continue in a vicious cycle to where we continue?
No, sir. They are appropriately placed where they should be. This is bringing those folks from being at the bottom to where their peers are located on the pay scale.
Okay.
If you look, and the example is if you go to page 661, and I should have had Tia add where it was. Your city clerk was placed, if I'm not mistaken, at a job grade 70 with a captain. Your human resources director was placed at a job grade, at a job grade 72 with your planning director, who's Michelle Wright, whose boss is her peer, Jonathan Lynn, who is the community and development services director. So those were not placed appropriately correct.
But these are the only 4 that are affected of the entire senior management?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a comment. Also, just piggybacking on Councilman Adams, there are jobs that were not on the original organizational chart. There were jobs that were created, like the operations manager as well as the fellow, and so forth and so on. Because you've gotten quality, safety, control, I don't know what all the
Right.
titles are, but there have been new positions created as well, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
And, you know, and using the example, you know, I know early on, and I can tell you, Kelly Hunter, communications director, for example, when we started this process, she reported to the development services director, and one of her issues and complaints all along was, I'm being expected to serve as a senior level director, now reporting to the city manager, but when we started this process out, that's not where I was. Can we not take the time to revisit this? And as all of you remember, there were so many moving parts within this process that the thought process was from the city manager at the time, let's get done what we can get done and we can deal with the other after the fact, which was making certain that we make the adjustments on FLSA classification, making certain that we, one, have a pay scale, and two, having to deal with moving so many people up. That was also a big issue as well, that first adjustment on the pay scale. So unfortunately, from my standpoint, these things got lost in the crack, and I just think it's for me, from the standpoint for those individuals that serve in that role, as well as if they were to leave us and we have to do a level of recruitment, I think it's the right thing to do. I can tell you when we recruited for the Human Resources Director, one of the first questions that was asked by her was, why is the Human Resources Director ranked in the same place with the Development Services Director and the Planning Director? That's a middle level manager. I'm not arguing the case. I'm just wondering why that just doesn't seem appropriate.
Ms. Hampton, I was just curious, the impact on the
Budget, $7,400. Most of these people make within that same salary range. There'll be a slight adjustments to some, but the total cost for all of these positions is $7,400.
A grade.
And they will be making the adjustments within their individual departments, and you will see that per budget amendment. On average, those that are affected, for instance, I think the HR director, there is no change, but a couple of them, it's like $2,500.
And effective when?
This would be in the resolution,
December
effective the
27th.
pay period, I think in December.
Number 27.
December 27th,
Okay.
yes. It should already be at the same job grade, Ms. Littlefield, but I will make that adjustment. I know it's there on the job description.
There's been any other comments or concerns? There's been quite a bit of comments about this. Could we put this on for, just allow folks to review it over the weekend and put it on for a committee meeting on Monday and address anything that may be? And with that being said, I'm not comfortable proposing that for the consent agenda, but let's address this, make sure everybody's on board, and then put it on the agenda for a vote on Monday.
Does anyone need any additional information?
Chairman, just so long as we're assured that this will clean it all up, for lack of a better term, I do recall now that you mentioned Ms. Hunter.
That is correct.
Pardon?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Yes, I do remember those conversations, and if that's what we're now getting back to that, to make those adjustments to finish the process, I have no problem with it.
Okay.
Other comments?
I don't have any problem with it.
Okay, so nobody needs to hear it again in committee meeting?
Nope.
Everybody okay with it being on the consent
We were
agenda?
eating it up just now, we're digesting.
We're all good at this end, okay?
Okay, I just want to make sure that the entire council has a good grasp on it. Okay, I'll propose that we place item D on the consent agenda for Monday night, and that is all we have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. It's a marathon. Ordinance and Intergovernmental Committee, and that's chaired by Councilmember LaShawn Danley.
No items, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Education and Training Committee, the vice chair is Councilmember Danley. Thank you so much. Other business. Is there any other business to come before the council? Goodness. City Attorney, Mr. Joel Dodson.
No business, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Chief Assistant City Attorney, Ms. Susan Littlefield.
No business, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Chief of Police, Chief Sparks.
No business, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
City Manager, Ms. Marsha Hampton.
Monday night is the last meeting of the year. That's all I got.
Thank you
Yes,
so much.
that's right. Monday is the last.
Comments from citizens and delegates. I know we have our executive director from the Douglas County Development Authority here, Mr. Pumphrey. You need to say anything? Okay, you lasted. You get a lollipop or something. Okay, staff reports. We have any staff reports? Thank you. Not hearing any other business, this meeting is adjourned.